Chapter 554. In the Tang Dynasty, there were clear laws and regulations regarding traffic accidents. In the Tang Dynasty's law, it was clearly stated, in the streets and alleys of the city, anyone who drives a carriage without a reason shall be whipped 50 times, and those who kill for a reason shall be reduced by 1 level. Killing for a reason was intentional murder, and the highest punishment was death. 1 level lower than that was banishment for 3,000 miles. This was the highest level of banishment, one of the 5 punishments in the Tang Dynasty. Generally, there were additional punishments, such as 3 years of housework, which was 3 years of labor in shackles. In other words, if there was a traffic accident in the Tang Dynasty, the driver of the carriage would be whipped 50 times. If someone was killed, then he would be banishment for 3,000 miles and work in shackles for 3 years. The punishment could be said to be quite severe. Lu Shi's whole body trembled when he saw that the carriage he was driving had actually hit someone and caused her head to bleed. He couldn't even speak. He didn't know how he bumped into this old woman. He had been very careful when he turned the corner of the dung cart. The other companion on the dung cart was also frightened to the point that his hands and feet were cold. However, he was still somewhat calm. He quickly jumped off the cart and supported the old woman. "Granny, how are you? Are you okay? Granny, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to. We really didn't see you." This commotion naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. It was not that they wanted to watch the fun, but in the Tang Dynasty, it was also illegal for passers-by to turn a blind eye to what was happening around them. In the Tang Dynasty's law, it was clearly stated, those who can help but don't do so will be whipped 80 times. There were many similar laws, such as when people see a fire, they should report it but don't report it. They should save but don't save. When people in the neighborhood are robbed and killed, they should report it but don't help. They should be whipped 100 times. If they hear it but don't help, they should be reduced by 1 level. If they don't have the strength to help, they should report it to the nearby court. If they don't report it, they should also be considered as not helping. In the face of fire, crime, and other situations, passers-by had the obligation to help in time. Otherwise, it would be illegal. The laws of the Tang Dynasty punished those indifferent people who could have helped but turned a blind eye to it in times of crisis. Therefore, when they saw the old woman knocked down by the dung truck, many passers-by immediately gathered around and asked if they needed help. The old woman's head was bleeding profusely, and she seemed to be severely injured. She pulled on the shaft of the carriage and shouted, "Someone! We've hit someone! That damned coachman had hit someone! Help!" Lu Shi and his companions were so scared that they didn't know what to do. On the other hand, some passers-by quickly found a nearby Wuho and escorted Lu Shi and his companions to the county office to await their punishment. The old woman was also sent to the nearby hospital for treatment. Lu Shi and his companions failed and were locked up in the prison of Cham, and county awaiting Chuizhua's trial. However, when Lu Shi was thrown into the prison by the bailiffs with a long face, he was shocked to find that there were already several companions who had been recruited to scavenge excrement in the prison. After asking around, he learned that the farmers in Hu County had encountered the same thing as Lu Shi after entering Cham. And if it wasn't the dung truck that had hit the old man, it would have hit the children and women. In short, it was as if they had seen a ghost. After receiving the news, the playboys hurried to Wanyan and Chang and counties. When they heard the news, they couldn't help but be furious. Out of the 50 dung trucks, 25 pairs were broken. Not a single one escaped, and all of them were in trouble. After such a thing happened, no matter how stupid the playboys were, they knew that someone had done it on purpose. The playboys angrily went to Chuizhua and Lu Dehang to reason with them. This was clearly a deliberate framing of the farmers who were scavenging excrement, and they should be sentenced to the crime of making false accusations. Regarding this, Chui Zhuo and Lu Deheng were helpless. Chui Zhuo and Lu Deheng didn't believe that the people who had been hit by the dung trucks hadn't done it on purpose. How could there be such a coincidence that all 50 dung trucks had gotten into a car accident and injured people? However, those injured people were real. It could only be said that the other party had really gone all out, and those people were willing to do it to themselves. For those who had been hit by the dung trucks, bleeding from their heads was already considered light. Those who were seriously injured even had their bones broken. It was very miserable. These injured people insisted that they had been hit by the dung trucks. Moreover, there were many witnesses at the time, and it was indeed so. As for distinguishing whether the dung trucks had hit these people or if these people had deliberately hit the dung trucks, in an era without traffic cameras, it was difficult for Chui Zhuo and Lu Deheng. It was difficult for even the gods to determine this. As a result, even if Chui Zhuo and Lu Deheng knew that someone had done it on purpose, they didn't dare to let those farmers go. Otherwise, if they were accused of negligence, it would be difficult to explain. After such a commotion, going into Chang and to scavenge excrement naturally became an empty promise. Even the 50 dung trucks were temporarily detained by Chang and Wanyan counties and could only be returned after the case was over. The playboys threw a tantrum, but it was useless. Only then did they ride to Dingzhou village to find Li Wanyu to make a decision. Now, among the group of playboys, Li Wanyu was the youngest, but he had secretly become the backbone of the group of playboys. After listening to the playboys, Li Wanyu immediately thought of a word. He couldn't help but blurt out, "This is a scam." Fang Yai was confused. "What scam? Zio, what are you talking about?" Li Wanyu scratched his head, not knowing how to explain it to the playboys. This scam was invented by the descendants of the 8 banners in the late Qing dynasty. These people lacked a source of income and had no skills, so they came up with this crooked idea. Usually, they would hold a precious piece of porcelain in their hands as they walked through the busy streets. Looking for an opportunity, they deliberately let the moving carriage accidentally bump into him, causing the porcelain in their hands to fall to the ground and shatter. Then, they could righteously pester the owner of the carriage and ask for compensation based on the price of the precious porcelain. In fact, it was essentially extortion. Li Wanyu couldn't be bothered to explain what scam was to the playboys, so he asked, "Brothers, who do you think did this?" "Bastard, if I find out who's behind this, I'll crush his balls." Chung, Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others were furious, but they didn't know who would do this. Chai Lingwu Wei Shuyu, and the others looked at each other and blurted out, "Luo Hui." Li Wanyu also nodded. After hearing this, the first person he thought of was Luo Hui. Other than Luo Hui, doing this had no meaning to anyone else. However, Li Wanyu didn't think that a lowly person would have the guts to go against him and the other Silpants in such a blatant manner. This person must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Ching Chumo roared, "It's him? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm going to beat this bastard to death right now." He turned to leave, but was stopped by Chai Lingwu and the others. "Brother Chumo, we were afraid that you would be impulsive before, so we didn't tell you. Think about it. What's the use of beating up that Luo Hui? Do you have evidence that these things were ordered by him? It's easy to catch Luo Hui, but it's easy to give people a reason to talk about it." Li Wanyu also nodded. "That's right, this matter was most likely ordered by Luo Hui." "Ha! I underestimated this Luo Hui. I didn't expect that for the sake of 200,000 strings of cash a year, this person would be so crazy. But Brother Chumo, if you want to beat up that Luo Hui, I'm afraid it won't be of any use. This kind of lowly person, when the time comes, will definitely bite you back, and the censorate will accuse you of malicious injury." "He dares." I'll kill him. Chung Chumo cursed, but he was no longer in a hurry to leave. Chung Chumo seemed to be reckless, but he wasn't stupid. He turned to Li Wanyu. Zio, what do you think we should do about this? Chapter 5:55. Li Wanyu had no experience in dealing with this kind of fraud. In later generations, there were all kinds of driving records and traffic cameras to prove innocence, but in the Tang Dynasty, how to deal with it was a bit of a headache. If he directly used his and the foppish playboy's influence to suppress this matter, it was not impossible. But he was afraid that he would be targeted by people with ulterior motives and make a fuss about it, and then it would cause more trouble. Li Wanyu was well aware that those aristocratic families had been waiting to catch his weakness for a long time. How could he give his weakness to these people? Li Wanyu even thought that after this matter was spread out, the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xinjiang might have sent people to spy on the county governments of Chang and Wanyan counties. Although discerning people could see that the 50 injured people who were hit by the dung cart were deliberately hurt, Li Wanyu had no evidence. On the contrary, the injured people who were hit by the dung cart were real, and many passers-by left testimonies to prove that these people were really hit by the dung cart. Li Wanyu could only sigh. This Luo Hui was really a F***king genius. He could actually do something like this and incite so many people to work for him willingly. If this matter was not solved, the 300 toilets could not generate any income. Even if he continued to build dung carts and recruit farmers to go to the city to remove dung, others could still do the same and continue to blackmail him. Li Wanyu thought for a long time and did not have a good idea, so he could only call the foppish playboys. Brothers, let's go back to Chang, and meet Luo Hui to see what he wants to do. They rode back to Chang, and went straight to Luo Hui's mansion. Since Luo Hui made a fortune by removing dung, he had already bought a house in Guangda Square, near Shi City. The foppish playboys knew where his mansion was after a little inquiry. However, when Li Wanyu and the foppish playboys went to the door, there was no one there. Greetings, County Earl. Greetings, young dukes. You have come at the wrong time. My Lang Jun has left Chang and city a few days ago to visit friends. I don't know when he will return home. Luo Hui's butler respectfully went out to greet everyone. When Fang Eai heard what he said, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Nonsense! You dare to deceive us! Are you tired of living? The steward jumped in fright and quickly knelt on the ground. What this lowly one said is absolutely true. Would the young duke please examine it clearly? I don't dare to speak the slightest falsehood. On the day my family's Lang Jun left Chang, and the surrounding neighbors, as well as the Marshal Marquis in the square, all saw it. I did not deceive you all. Chung Chuma was so angry that he whipped the horse in front of Luo Hui's mansion. Damn bastard, you sure run fast. I want to see where this Tian Shinu can run to. Li Wanyu was only 80% sure that it was Luo Hui who did it, but now he was completely sure that it was this dung picker behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Something happened here, and Luo Hui had already left Chang and city to visit friends. This was obviously to avoid the wastrels finding trouble with him, and to continue hiding behind the scenes to do things. Brothers, let's go back to my mansion first. Li Wanyu could only tell the wastrels to leave. This Luo Hui really gave him a surprise. He did not expect that such a small character like Luo Hui could cause him so much trouble. He had underestimated this person. Li Wanyu did not expect that this dung picker would be so daring. Was he not afraid of him? And the wastrel's revenge? Thinking of this, Li Wanyu felt that this matter was not so simple. There must be something fishy about it. As he pondered, he followed the debauches to his own residence in Kaihua Square. The group of people entered Kaihua Square. Before they reached Li Wangyou's mansion, they found that the road ahead was blocked. Several hundred commoners had blocked the street in front of Li Wangyou's mansion, making it impossible to pass through. Chung Chumo was in a bad mood. He impatiently shouted from his horse, "Out of the way! Out of the way! What are you all doing here? This is the Hu County Count's mansion. You think you can come here?" It would have been better if he had not shouted. Once he finished shouting, the crowd of commoners in front of Li Wangyou's mansion all began to crowd around them. "Hu County Count, your carriage hit my aunt. Is a noble person like you going to do nothing? We are looking for you, Hu County Count. Please, Hu County Count, give us commoners a way out. My eldest son's leg was broken, and he has no livelihood. How can our family live? Everyone come and see. My poor old mother was hit by Hu County Count's carriage. Her head is bleeding. How pitiful. If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't leave. Hu County Count, you are a noble person, so we commoners naturally don't dare to act rashly. But you can't condone your subordinates and humiliate us commoners like this. My father is 63 years old this year, but he was hit by your carriage and broke his arm. If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't leave." These several hundred commoners were carrying the door planks. Lying on top of the planks were people who had been injured in today's racketeering. Li Wangyou and the wastrels were all dumbfounded by this scene. What was going on? Were these people addicted to racketeering? They actually came all the way to his mansion to demand an explanation? But in the face of these several hundred agitated commoners, Li Wangyou was also a bit flustered. He had never imagined that Luo Hui would have such a backup plan waiting for him. Seeing that the commoners were getting more and more agitated, Niu Wu and his troops subconsciously drew out the shi blades at their waists. They looked at the crowd nervously, afraid that they would suddenly charge forward and threaten the safety of Li Wangyou and the Silpants. "Let's go. Don't fight with them. Let's go back to the mansion first." Li Wangyou shouted. At this time, he didn't dare to let Niu Wu and the others attack. If they accidentally killed a few more people, then it would really be a big joke. After hearing Li Wangyou's order, Niu Wu and his troops did their best to separate the angry crowd and escorted Li Wangyou and the wastrels into the mansion. After Li Wangyou and the others entered, the mansion's gate closed with a bang, leaving the crowd of commoners outside to continue their clamor. Chung Chumo was so angry that he kicked over a flower pot in the courtyard. "Bastards, are these people crazy?" Fang Yai was so angry that he almost rushed out to beat them up, but he was stopped by the wastrels. Li Wangyou didn't say anything. His mansion being surrounded was really out of his expectations. But this matter confirmed one of his conjectures. Behind Luo Hui, there was definitely another faction causing mischief, a mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could a lowly person like him dare to oppose him, the county count who founded the country, and a bunch of wastrels? Li Wangyou didn't believe that he had such guts, not to mention that he had incited these commoners to cause trouble in his mansion. Moreover, he didn't see the marquises of Kaihua Square or the bailiffs of Wanyan County come to drive these people away. He didn't believe that Lu Dehang and the marquises of Kaihua Square didn't know that so many people had gathered here. It was clear that someone was exerting pressure on Lu Dehang and the colonel of the marquises to make them stand by and allow these commoners to surround his mansion. Li Wangyou thought to himself, the Wang clan of Taiyuan, the Zheng clan of Xinjiang, the Duke of Luho Junji, and the Duke of Chongping Zhongliang. In this half a year, the only people who had enmity with him were these few. Any one of them, or even several of them, could have instigated Luo Hui to do this. This was interesting. It seemed like these people had suffered a loss and were very unwilling to accept it. Chapter 5:56. The commotion in front of Li Wangyo's mansion lasted for more than 2 hours before a martial marquis finally came to disperse the crowd. After the crowd surrounding his mansion dispersed, Li Wangyu ordered people to open the mansion door. He walked out and looked at the mess on the ground, then looked at the group of martial marquis standing in front of the mansion door with their hands hanging down. He could not help but sneer. "Everyone, I will remember today's matter, and will definitely repay you in the future." Li Wangyo's words immediately scared the martial marquis into kneeling on the ground. "County Count Hu, please calm down. It's not that we want to be negligent. We... The martial marquis commander couldn't speak clearly. He really felt sullen. Both sides were big shots, masters he couldn't afford to offend. Chung Chumo strode out and didn't try to reason with them. He arrogantly said in a loud voice, "What are you all doing? Speak. Who ordered you to do this? If you can't explain, this old man will put this on your heads." The martial marquis gloomily looked at each other. This was a fight between immortals, and mortals suffered. They hesitated for a moment, but before they could speak, they saw the two brothers Chung Chubi and Chung Chuliang standing on either side of their brother. "Big brother, it seems that our Duke Lu Mansion's reputation is not enough." They are not afraid at all. Yuchi Baolin and Yuchi Baoqi also stood out. "If you think that the Duke Lu Mansion is not enough, then add my Duke E Mansion and my Duke Chiao Mansion. My Lai Mansion will advance and retreat with the County Count Hu Mansion. Duke Liang Mansion also has the same attitude. Duke Zheng Mansion also has the same attitude." Niu Zhengping dragged his lame leg out. "Hee, our Langya County Duke Mansion can't compare to these Duke Mansions, but if anyone wants to oppose the County Count Hu Mansion, then they can try the Langya County Duke Mansion's blade." The words of the wastrels finally made the martial marquis clearly remember the power behind these wastrels. They were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Their backs were soaked in cold sweat. They now felt that they were like pigs in a mirror, completely inhuman. He wanted to say who was the instigator, but when he thought about that person's power, crushing them was not much harder than crushing ants. Thus, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "County Count Hu, young dukes, today is all our fault. Please punish us, County Count Hu and young dukes." The colonel of the Wu Marquis shop opened his mouth for a long time, but he didn't dare to say that name. He just kept kowtowing. The colonel's words made Chung Chumo and the others furious. They rushed over and wanted to beat him up, but were stopped by Li Wangyu. He walked in front of the colonel and squatted down to look into his eyes. "Even if you don't say it, I can guess it. If I'm not mistaken, did Duke Lu instruct you to do this?" Li Wangyu's words made the colonel's eyes widen as he looked at him in disbelief. You didn't say anything." The colonel was so scared that his teeth were chattering. With his reaction, how could Li Wangyu not know that he had guessed correctly? He chuckled and stood up. "You don't have to say any more. I already know." The colonel didn't dare to say anything and just kept kowtowing. Li Wangyu stood up and sneered. "All right, I won't make things difficult for you. But as Wu Marquises of the Tang Dynasty, you are not the servants of a certain family. Don't make a mistake." After saying this, he turned and walked back into his residence. The wastrels coldly snorted and looked around at the kneeling Wu Marquises before following him back into their residences and slamming the gates shut. The Wu Marquises sighed and silently got up from the ground before leaving dejectedly. Inside the gates, Chung Chumo was very confused. "Zio, how did you know that Ho Junji was behind this?" "I guessed." Li Wangyu smiled. "The Wu Marquis shops are controlled by the left and right imperial guards. The hands of the great clans shouldn't be able to stretch that far. And among the many generals, the only ones who have a grudge with me are Ho Junji and Zhang Liang. A few days ago, Zhang Liang was appointed as the chief steward of Huai province by the sage, and has already gone to Huai province. Isn't that only Ho Junji left? His words enlightened the wastrels. That bastard. I was wondering why that Tian Shiwei, Luo Hui, was so bold to do such a thing. It turns out that he's hooked up with Ho Junji. Zio, it seems like Duke Lu is very unhappy that the Nyo brothers killed 10 of Ho Junji's soldiers. He's come to take revenge. What's there to be afraid of? This Ho Junji only knows how to play dirty tricks behind the scenes. What a scoundrel! After pondering over today's matter, the wastrels began to curse Ho Junji. Li Wangyu lowered his voice and said, "Brothers, have you thought of a problem? How could a lowly dung picker like Luo Hui have a relationship with a duke like Ho Junji?" His words left the wastrels stunned. Yes, a lowly duke like Luo Hui and a duke like Ho Junji were like the difference between the clouds and mud. How could a proud person like Ho Junji collude with someone like Luo Hui? Confused, the wastrels turned to Li Wangyu and said, "Zio, speak. Don't keep us in suspense." Li Wangyu chuckled. "Brothers, have you forgotten what kind of shady business Luo Hui is in? Dung picker. What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Little brother, I just remembered something that Eunuch Dai told me. He said that the junior supervisor of the junior supervisor residence once suggested to the saint that the horse dung of the various government offices and imperial army camps should be collected and sold. Do you know about this?" Li Wangyu changed the topic and spoke about what Dai Zhou had said to him in the Hall of Governance that day. The wastrels didn't understand what he meant. They looked at each other and nodded. "I've heard of this matter. It seems that the saint didn't want his reputation to be good, so he gave up. What does this have to do with anything? Zio, why are you making me more and more confused?" "Zio, don't keep us in suspense. Speak clearly." Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at them and said, "The horse dung of the imperial army. Brother Chumo, Brother Baoqi, Brother Zhengping, how did you deal with the horse dung in your lord's camp?" Chung Chumo and the others were stunned. "Naturally, it was collected and sold as military funds." "Wait, Zio, you mean to say that Ho Junji's Zuowei residence sold the horse dung to Luo Hui?" Li Wangyu nodded. "That should be the case. Otherwise, how could the mighty Duke of Lu have anything to do with someone like Luo Hui, and even secretly order him to oppose us? He felt that the relationship between Ho Junji and Luo Hui wasn't as simple as selling horse dung. Li Wangyu recalled a case of the Song dynasty that he had read in a book in his later life. During the reign of Gaozong of the Southern Song dynasty, Yang Xuanzhong was the chief commander of the Southern Song army. This person was later impeached by the imperial censor for embezzling more than 100,000 yuan of dung money. But Yang Xuanzhong had planted spies in the imperial censor and learned of this news in advance. Thus, he rushed to submit a memorial to the emperor and said, "There is a certain amount of dung money in the army, but it is only for the use of the imperial court." When the imperial censor was impeached, the emperor naturally didn't believe him and said that the imperial censor was dismissed from his post, but his surviving relatives flourished day by day. When Li Wangyu had read the book, he had only sighed that even the ancients could play the role of spies, and he had even mocked a great general like Yang Xuanzhong for embezzling dung money. He was truly too greedy. But now that he thought about the matter between Ho Junji and Luo Hui, Li Wangyu couldn't help but stroke his chin. There was an 80% chance that Ho Junji had embezzled the dung money of the Zuowei residents, right? This matter could be used as an excuse. Chapter 5:57. Even though they knew that Ho Junji was behind the scenes, they couldn't resolve the predicament that Li Wangyu and the wastrels were facing. The 50 manure carts had all been blackmailed, the 100 farmers of Hu County had been detained, and the injured had come to cause trouble for Li Wangyu. Yang Quan of Hu County had also sent someone to deliver the bad news. Upon learning that the 100 farmers had all been arrested by Chang and Wanyan counties, the families of these farmers panicked and ran to the county office to complain. Yang Quan was in a sorry state, but all he could do was try his best to appease them. Yang Quan hadn't expected that the 100 farmers who had entered the city to remove manure would all be arrested and imprisoned. He had spent a great deal of effort to coax and bluff those weeping farmers back. Fortunately, Lu Dehang and Cui Zhua could tell that this wasn't something they should be involved in, so they didn't do anything about it. Those farmers who had entered the city to remove manure had only been imprisoned. They hadn't been interrogated or tortured, so they hadn't suffered much. But this matter couldn't be dragged on, or else Luo Hui and Ho Junji's wishes would be fulfilled. The 300 toilets had been left unattended, and not only would they not be able to generate any income to operate the charity hall, no one would be able to clean the toilets. Moreover, with no one to remove manure, once the toilets were filled with filth, not only would they be unusable, Li Wanyu would also be scolded. But the 50 victims of the accident were very difficult to deal with. Li Wanyu and the wastrels racked their brains, but they couldn't think of a good way to resolve this matter. Bastard! This won't do. This old man will bring people to find those bastards. I don't believe that they've all been bewitched by Luo Hui and aren't afraid of death. I don't believe that they won't tell the truth under torture. Cheng Chumo couldn't think of a solution and was about to explode in anger. Fang Yai glared at him. Brother Chumo, you're even stupider than this little brother. Who knows how many eyes in Chang and are watching us right now? If you go and torture those people, won't you really be fulfilling their wishes? Haha, I'm willing to bet that those great clans won't let Zio off. It would be strange if no one impeached Zio in the morning court tomorrow. How about it? Is there anyone who wants to bet with me? Chai Lingwu said with a smile. Wei Shiyu replied snappily, aren't you talking nonsense? If you want to bet, sure. I bet that someone will impeach Zio. You can set the odds. How about that? You guys, that's enough. You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this. If we can't overturn these crimes, we'll really become a joke. Li Wanyu glared at these bastards. They actually wanted to use him to open a gambling house. He shrugged. What can we do? How can we prove that those people intentionally rammed into the carriage if there are too many witnesses? Unless we can prove that they are lying, it will be difficult to overturn this case. Wei Shiyu shook his head. Don't even think about it. It's impossible for them to retract their testimony. That group of people was really ruthless. In order to frame those farmers, they were willing to send their own hands and feet to the wheels of the car. I've sent people to the county government to ask around. The doctors have examined the injuries of those people. They weren't faking it. Their arms and legs were truly crushed and broken. TSK. The doctors said that there were a few people who couldn't be cured and would definitely become disabled. Yes, and it's even more impossible for them to retract their testimony. They would have to be flogged 80 times and pay a large sum of copper coins. That group of people, I think 80 flogs would be enough to kill half of them. Fang Yai added, Bah, it'll be a clean death. Cheng Chumo spat angrily. Li Wanyu was also very speechless. This group of scammers were much more dedicated than those who pretended to lie on the ground in the future. They really dared to risk their own lives. Everyone was at a loss about this situation. Wei Shiyu, do go, and Fang Yai even made a trip back to their own houses to ask for their father's opinion. This bizarre carriage case had now been heard by all the civil and military officials in the imperial court. Wei Zhang, Du Ruhui, and Fang Xianling, these big shots, naturally also knew about it. But in the face of their son's inquiry, these top think tanks of the Tang dynasty could only smile bitterly and shake their heads. The other side was too willing to go all out. Even a discerning person could see that they were doing this on purpose, but there was no evidence. Unless they tortured these people to make them tell the truth, they didn't know what to do. But torture was even more impossible. In any case, there was no reason to torture the victims. Moreover, the vast majority of these 50 people were women, children, and the elderly. If they were interrogated by torture, they would probably be beaten to death. No one could bear the responsibility for that. In the view of Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others, the only thing they could do was to reconcile with Hou Junji. They were willing to be Li Wangyou's middleman. After Wei Shuyu and the others returned dejectedly, they relayed their father's words to them. Li Wangyu shook his head. I won't go. I won't reconcile with that bastard Hou Junji. And when the time comes, Hou Junji will definitely demand half of the profits. That money is going to be used for charity. We can't just let that bastard Hou Junji get away with it. The wastrels naturally understood the meaning of Li Wangyou's words. Hou Junji had clearly ordered Luo Hui to do this not just to disgust them, but also for the sake of profit. Not many people could be like Li Wangyu, who did not want a single cent of the 200,000 strings of cash a year and used it all for charity. This is neither right nor left. Then what should we do? Cheng Chumo was also anxious. This won't do. I'll go back and find Milord and have him argue with Hou Junji. Right. I'll go find Milord together. I don't believe that Hou Junji won't give face to so many high dukes. Yuchi Baolin also stood up. Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped them. Brothers, this little brother appreciates your good intentions. But there's no need for that. Why make things difficult for Uncle Chung and Uncle Yuchi? Besides, if Hou Junji refuses to admit his involvement in this matter and pushes all responsibility away, what can we do? We can guess that Luo Hui is related to him, but we don't have any proof, much less proof that Hou Junji is behind this. Then what do? Are we just going to watch and do nothing? Let me think about it. There will be a way. Li Wangyu paced back and forth in the hall, his mind in turmoil. Cheng Chumo was furious. He waved at Niu Wu and said, Brother Niu, bring us some wine. Bastards, why doesn't the heavens just send down lightning and strike these bastards to death? Li Wangyu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Brother Chumo, what did you say? Me? I'll have the Niu brothers send wine over. Cheng Chumo was confused. No, what did you say after that? I said, why doesn't the heavens just strike these bastards to death? After Cheng Chumo finished speaking, Li Wangyu slammed his fist against his palm. Wahahaha, this daddy has an idea. Zia, what idea? Quickly tell me. Hurry up and say it. What good idea do you have? Li Wangyu smiled mysteriously. Ha, brothers, there's no need to be anxious. This little brother can't explain it clearly in a few words. When I'm ready, I'll show you. Niu Wu, hurry, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip back to Dingzhou village and retrieve something from Chongqing for me. Come back quickly, I'll wait for you. His secretive look made the other rich kids even more curious. Chapter 558. The next day, Li Wangyu woke up early, changed into the robes of a county count, and went to line up in the imperial city. Chung Yaojin was delighted to see him. Wahahaha, kid, you're quite self-aware today. What? You know that you're going to be impeached, so you came to be scolded? Li Wangyu chuckled and whispered, Uncle Chung, I'll treat you to a good show today. Humph, this old man knew that you wouldn't suffer a loss. It seems like you have a card up your sleeve, but this old man is very curious. How are you going to quibble? Those farmers that you and those scoundrels got to pick dung really did injure several dozen people. This old man had the estate's subordinates investigate, and quite a few of them had their arms and legs broken. Kid, you should be careful. there are quite a few imperial censors who are prepared to impeach you today. Li Wanyu only chuckled in response to Cheng Yaojin's words of concern. But Li Wanyu's heart was rather warm. This old hoodlum was rather concerned about him. He would just waive the money he owed him for mahjong. It wasn't just Cheng Yaojin who was concerned about Li Wanyu attending the court. Yu Shinan, Dai Zhou, and Kong Yingda had naturally come to inquire about him. His two disciples, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, were even more worried about their teacher. But Li Wanyu only smiled in response to their questions, saying that he would prove his innocence today and telling them not to worry. As everyone was chatting and waiting for the court session to begin, Ho Junji strode over. When he saw Li Wanyu, he couldn't help but smile. County Count Huxian, long time no see. I hear that you recruited quite a few farmers to pick dung in Chang, but all of them came in carriages? TSK, how careless. Li Wanyu didn't even bat an eye at Ho Junji's jeering words. Many thanks for Duke Lu's concern. Those farmers truly are ignorant and don't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. One can know a person's face, but not his heart. Isn't that right, Duke Lu? Humph, Count Huxian truly has a sharp tongue. I hope you can do the same later. Li Wanyu's sarcastic words caused Li Wanyu's face to go stiff. With a cold snort, he left, not intending to waste any more words with Li Wanyu. Within his wide sleeves, Li Wanyu raised two middle fingers at Ho Junji's back. This hypocrite, I despise him. When it was time for court, the officials lined up and went up to the palace to pay their respects. Pai Lupi walked up the steps and sat on the throne. When he saw Li Wanyu among the officials, he couldn't help but frown. Pai Lupi naturally knew about the bizarre traveling horse case that happened in Chang and yesterday. Of course, he wouldn't believe that all of this was just a coincidence. Only a fool would believe that there could be such a coincidence. 50 dung carts had entered the city, and within an hour, all of them had run over and injured people. This was a naked humiliation to the intelligence of the officials. But this laughable trick had become an unsolvable problem because of the infighting between the officials. Those imperial censors from the noble clans had even used this as a weapon to impeach Li Wanyu, not caring if this matter was absurd or not. Pai Lupi could only sigh in helplessness. Pai Lupi had also been racking his brains over Li Wanyu for a long time, but he still hadn't been able to find a way out of this situation. Now that the evidence was irrefutable after today's court session, Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng, the two county magistrates of Chang, and in Wanyan could only follow the laws of the Great Tang and sentence the drivers to 80 strokes of the cane and compensate the injured with copper coins. And now that Li Wanyu had been impeached by the imperial censors, Pai Lupi couldn't protect him in front of the officials. He could only reprimand him and add copper coins to the punishment. Li Wanyu had lost face and was fined some copper coins, but this wasn't important. What was important was that Li Wanyu's proposal of the charity hall to Empress Zhang Sun might be aborted. Pai Lupi was actually very angry. According to the report from the 100 Cavalry Department, this matter was most likely done by a rich man in Chang, and who cleaned dung for a living, a man named Luo Hui. Hearing this news, Pai Lupi almost thought that the 100 Cavalry Department was spouting nonsense. How could a lowly person who cleaned dung for a living dare to do such a thing? He naturally thought that there must be someone behind Luo Hui. Li Er was so angry that he ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to arrest Luo Hui and throw him into the 100 Cavalry Department's prison. He wanted to interrogate him and find out who was colluding with him to do such a ridiculous thing. But the 100 Cavalry Department, like Li Wanyu, was a step too late. Now in Chang, and they couldn't find any trace of Luo Hui. Pai Lupi even reprimanded me Tuo for half a day, but in the end, he could only helplessly give up. The court session had just begun when a few imperial censors stepped out and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, we would like to impeach County Count Li Wangyu." "Oh, what is it?" Pai Lupi had to pretend to cooperate, but he was very tired of it. "Yesterday, County Count who allowed his subordinates to drive carriages and horses in Chang, and for no reason, injuring more than 50 people in a row. This caused the people of Chang and to feel insecure. We ask Your Majesty to severely punish County Count who and order him to compensate the injured people." Pai Lupi naturally had nothing to say to the imperial censors. He could only look at Li Wangyu. "Zio, do you have anything to refute the words of these imperial censors?" Li Wangyu stood up and stepped out. "Your Majesty, I have been wrongly accused. This matter has nothing to do with me. These imperial censors have wrongly accused me." Seeing Li Wangyu push the matter away, the imperial censors couldn't help but become anxious. They no longer cared about seniority and pointed at Li Wangyu angrily. "County Count who, don't speak nonsense. There are witnesses and evidence in this matter, and you dare to deny it in front of His Majesty?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at them as if he was looking at a group of idiots. "What exactly are you accusing me of? You are accused of allowing your subordinates to drive carriages and horses without reason." Li Wangyu spread his hands and looked at Pai Lupi. "Isn't this not a problem? Your Majesty, please investigate. Nothing happened to the carriages in my residence yesterday." The words of these imperial censors have really confused this subject. You dare to speak such nonsense in front of His Majesty? Do you dare to say that the carriages that injured 50 people in Chang and city yesterday didn't belong to you, County Count who? A young imperial censor also became anxious and pointed at Li Wangyu angrily. Li Wangyu shrugged. "They really didn't belong to me. Everyone, I'm afraid you found the wrong person. You, County Count who, do you dare to say that those manure carriages weren't going to your toilets to remove manure?" "That's true. It's good that you admit it." Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. "Wait, are you all mistaken? It's true that those manure carriages were going to my toilets to remove manure, but those manure carriages and drivers weren't recruited by me, nor were they my subordinates. Everyone, please don't speak nonsense." His words stunned the imperial censors. They opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say. They simply turned their heads and knelt before Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, those carriages that injured people belonged to County Count who? Everyone in Chang and city knows about this. Now, County Count who is actually trying to shirk responsibility. It's truly despicable. Your Majesty, please make a judgment." Pai Lupi also felt a headache coming on. He couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu. "Zio, what's going on? Explain it clearly to us." "Yes, Your Majesty. Those manure carriages were indeed going to this official's toilets to remove manure, but the manure carriages and drivers have absolutely nothing to do with this official." Li Wangyu smiled very easily. "Oh, then these imperial censors have misunderstood you? Who did those carriages belong to?" Li Wangyu smiled even more happily. He had been waiting for these words. Pai Lupi really was a good supporting actor. "Reporting to Your Majesty, those carriages and coachmen were all created and recruited by Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuliang, Cheng Chubi, Yuchi Baolin, Yuchi Baochi, Du Go, Fang Jun Wei Shuyu, Chai Lingwu, and Niu Zhengping." Li Wangyu's words instantly silenced the hall. Ho Junji, the clan officials, and the imperial censors who had impeached Li Wangyu all began to curse in their minds. Shameless, truly too shameless. Since he could push the blame onto these debauches, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others glanced at each other, wondering what Li Wangyu was up to. Chapter 5, 59. Li Wangyu's words left even Pai Lupi speechless. This brat was actually able to throw the blame away. so cleanly. It was truly difficult for him. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Zio, are you sure? Those carriages and farmers belong to Chung Chumo, and the others? Yes, Your Majesty. If Your Majesty and the other officials do not believe me, you can summon Chung Chumo and the others into the hall and ask them. Li Wanyu said casually. They are in my residence in Kaihua Square today. Your Majesty can summon them into Taiji Palace for questioning. Pai Lupi nodded. Mitua immediately gestured to the eunuch beside him, and the eunuch immediately ran out of the hall. Chung Yaojin could not help but laugh out loud, causing the officials in the hall to raise their eyebrows. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Jijia, don't cause trouble in the court. Yes, Your Majesty. This subject just could not hold back for a moment. Please forgive me. Chung Yaojin waved his hand at Pai Lupi without the slightest hint of apology, causing Pai Lupi to roll his eyes. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots also reacted and could not help but laugh. Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, Ho Junji, and the others all felt like they had been F***ed. Today, the aristocratic families wanted to use yesterday's case of moving carriages for no reason to slap Li Wanyu's face. Although they could not do anything to him, it was still good for them to vent their anger. However, Li Wanyu's nonchalant words left him out of the matter. This was a pain in the ass. If the imperial censors continued to impeach him, they would offend Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Chung Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Chai Shao, and the other big shots. But it was even more impossible to not impeach him. They could not possibly go to Pai Lupi and say, "Sorry, we impeached the wrong person. We won't impeach him, right?" Chung Yaojin thought of this and could not help but laugh, mocking the aristocratic families for being humiliated today. None of the imperial censors had expected Li Wanyu to be so shameless. Everyone in Chang and knew that the horse carriage that entered the city to remove dung yesterday belonged to his mansion. But he refused to admit it. What could he do? Not long after, the group of hedonistic sons were led into the Taiji Palace by the servants and had an audience with Pai Lupi. The censors who impeached Li Wanyu were extremely disgusted at this moment, but they could only pinch their noses and ask the foppish lords, "General Chang, may I ask if the carriage that killed someone in Chang and yesterday belongs to you?" Chung Chumo nodded his head, casually. "That's right, that's exactly the case." The faces of the imperial censors became more and more ugly. Director Chung had tacitly agreed to this matter, making their impeachment today a complete farce. "Your Majesty, the carriages of General Chung and the others are traveling in Chang and city. We feel that Your Majesty should reprimand them to not disturb the people." The censors could only be careful with their words and tried their best to speak to Li Erqi in a tactful manner. Pai Lupi naturally knew why they changed their minds, but he was too lazy to say more. Just as he was about to reprimand the foppish lords, Li Wanyu suddenly opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, the imperial censors had impeached me for the same crime, but they had asked Your Majesty to severely punish me and order me to compensate the injured people. Why is it that, when it comes to Chung Chumo and the others, you only reprimand them? What kind of logic is this? I ask Your Majesty to severely punish Chung Chumo and the others as a warning to others." Li Wanyu said these words righteously, as if he was the upright and plain-spoken imperial censor who was absolutely irreconcilable with Chung Chumo and the others. His words made the faces of the imperial censors who had impeached him turn even darker, but they could not refute. They could only shut their mouths and pretend to be ostriches, allowing Li Wanyu to slap their faces. Chung Chumo and the others looked very wronged and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, if we were not strict enough and the carriage in Chang and injured dozens of people, We are willing to accept your majesty's punishment. However, we are not satisfied with this matter. The so-called injured people who hit the carriage were deliberately injured. If we are punished because of this, we are not satisfied. We ask your majesty to issue an edict to order Chang and in Wanyan counties to interrogate the injured people and give us justice. The imperial censors did not know how to respond to the foppish lord's complaints. If these words were said by Li Wanyu, they would naturally jump out and righteously reprimand Li Wanyu for talking nonsense. They would also take out a large number of witnesses and evidence to prove that Li Wanyu's carriage hit and injured the people. But these words were said by the foppish lords, so the imperial censors did not know what to do. They secretly turned their heads to look at Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou, but saw them slowly shaking their heads. They knew that this matter could only be dropped. Pai Lupi did not expect that Li Wanyu could shift the blame to such an effect. Previously, he was like Feng Xianling and the others. They were all thinking that Li Wanyu would be impeached and it would be difficult for them to get away. But he did not expect that Li Wanyu and the foppish lords would change the target of the imperial censors' impeachment to a group of foppish lords. The great clans were naturally unwilling to offend so many imperial court bigwigs over such a small matter. This gave Li Wanyu and the others a chance to reverse the situation. As long as the officials did not obstruct them, Pai Lupi would naturally agree to the demands of the foppish lords. As long as they were willing to investigate this matter, they would definitely find the truth. Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou glanced at each other and decided not to intervene. Today, Li Wanyu had gotten off lightly. While the great clans were unwilling to participate in this matter, Ho Junji's complexion turned unsightly. At this point, he could no longer continue to watch from the sidelines. Before Pai Lupi could speak, Ho Junji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject believes that Chung Chumo's words are incorrect. Those 50 injured people were all hit by carriages. This matter is absolutely true, and there are several dozen passers-by as witnesses. How pitiful and innocent are these injured people. It's one thing for the authorities not to compensate the injured, but how can they be interrogated? This is truly detrimental to your Majesty's reputation of loving the people as your own children. This subject believes that this matter cannot be allowed." Li Wanyu and the foppish lords were not at all surprised by Ho Junji's words. On the contrary, they looked at each other and smiled. Li Wanyu had naturally predicted that Ho Junji would make such a choice. If he didn't step forward, then all his previous efforts would have been for naught. As long as he interrogated those injured people, the matter would naturally become clear. At that time, those injured people would be falsely accused, and the peasants would be released. How could he, Ho Junji, stop Li Wanyu and the foppish lords from organizing people to enter the city to remove excrement? That was a profit of 200,000 strings a year. Li Wanyu did not believe that Ho Junji, famed for his greed in history, would be able to hold himself back. Reality was just as he had predicted. The great clans had retreated because of the factions backing the foppish lords, but Ho Junji had charged in. Chung Chumo chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, since Duke Lu has said so, I would like to ask your Majesty to make a trip to Chang and county and have the injured confront the farmers. Ask them about the case and clear our names." "Nonsense! Your Majesty must not." Ho Junji was just about to stop him when Pai Lupi waved his hand at him. Pai Lupi stood up from his throne and said, "Junji's words are reasonable. There are many injured people in this matter and cannot be underestimated. However, since Chung Chumo and the others feel that they have been wronged, there is a need to clarify the case. Since that's the case, why don't we do as Chung Chumo suggested and confront these peasants? Let's see if they drove the carriage for no reason or if they were framed. Someone send a carriage to Chang, and we will personally interrogate them today. Yes, send a carriage to Chang. And before Ho Junji could dissuade him, Mitua had already shouted in a shrill voice. Chapter 560. Pai Lupi had personally arranged for Chang and County. In order to not disturb the common people, he and his officials had changed into civilian clothes. Even so, when Pai Lupi led his officials into the Chang and County Hall, Chuizhua was still given a fright. Upon learning that Pai Lupi was going to personally interrogate yesterday's carriage case, Chuizhua immediately ordered the bailiffs to summon the peasants to the hall. Lu Dehang, the county magistrate of Wanyan County, was also summoned to Chang and County. The peasants imprisoned in Wanyan County were also escorted to the Chang and County Hall so that they could be interrogated together. As for the injured people who had been hit by the carriages, the bailiffs naturally went to inform them so that they could be brought to Chang and County for a face-to-face confrontation with the peasants. Many of the injured had to be carried to the main hall of the county yamen. Their bodies were wrapped in bandages and blood was seeping out of them. They looked very miserable. Seeing this, Li Er couldn't help but frown. This group of people was willing to do such a thing to him. He was afraid that it wouldn't be easy for Li Wangyu and the others to confront them and force them to change their words. Those who could harm themselves to such an extent were clearly people of firm will. How could they so easily change their statements? As long as they insisted that it was the peasants who had hit them with their carriages, the case would be impossible to overturn. Ho Junji scornfully chuckled. He had only wanted to dissuade Pai Lupi from coming to Chang and County Hall because he didn't want to complicate matters, but he didn't think that Li Wangyu and his group of wastrels had any chance of overturning the case. Li Wangyu and his group of wastrels had guessed correctly. It was naturally Ho Junji, who had ordered Luo Hui to injure the peasants of the 50 dung carts that had entered the city to scrape dung. This brazen blackmail was to send a clear signal to Li Wangyu, don't even think about scavenging for money in Chang. And ever since Ho Junji had lost his gambling house to his subordinates, he had hated Li Wangyu to the bone. For a greedy person like him, losing his money tree, the gambling house, was as painful as losing his life. And when he learned from Luo Hui that the 300 toilets Li Wangyu had built in Chang and were bringing in more than 200,000 strings of cash each year, Ho Junji's eyes had gone red. Luo Hui didn't dare to oppose Li Wangyu, the county count who founded the country, but Ho Junji did. Stimulated by this enormous profit, Ho Junji had ordered Luo Hui to stop Li Wangyu's men from entering the city to scavenge the excrement. He had to seize this fat piece of meat. The two of them planned this absurd car and horse case in order to embarrass Li Wangyu. Ho Junji had even calculated the reaction of the great clans, and he was certain that they would not let go of this opportunity to impeach Li Wangyu. As long as the great clans sent men to impeach Li Wangyu, they would be able to turn this absurd car and horse case into an ironclad case. If Li Wangyu could not send men into the city to scavenge for excrement, Luo Hui would be able to openly claim the 300 toilets as his own. He wouldn't even need to share half of the profits with Li Wangyu. Ho Junji did not believe that Li Wangyu would be so shameless as to argue with Luo Hui over those filthy things and fight over Jinkala. Moreover, if the toilets were left unattended, excrement would spill everywhere and pollute the environment, and Ho Junji might even find someone to impeach Li Wangyu. Luo Hui had gone to scavenge for excrement, but he had done a good deed without leaving his name behind. How could he be blamed? This was Ho Junji's wishful thinking. He had never imagined that Li Wangyu would shift the responsibility of scavenging for excrement onto the wastrels. Ho Junji was filled with regret that the great clan's impeachment plan had been abandoned halfway. But Ho Junji didn't care. If he couldn't scam Li Wangyu, then so be it. The most important thing right now was to stop those farmers from scavenging for excrement. As long as he could pin down the crime of car and horse case, Ho Junji didn't believe that anyone would dare to scavenge for excrement in Chang, and Luo Hui had carefully selected these self-inflicted wounds from his own subordinates, and these elderly women and children were the family members of Luo Hui's excrement pickers. Luo Hui had promised them a large sum of money, and once the matter was settled, these excrement pickers would no longer have to pay him. All the money they earned from scavenging for excrement in Chang and would belong to them. As the saying went, birds die for food, and men die for wealth. These excrement pickers were already their family members, so how could they not be tempted by these conditions? They had always been looked down upon by others, and they cared even less about their bodies. Thus, these people, whether old or young, did not give themselves any leeway when extorting money. If they could break a leg, they would not break a hand, and they made themselves miserable. Now that they were in the main hall of the county yamen, these people were crying and making a fuss, all of them begging the Ming House to uphold justice for them. They had to severely punish those farmers who had injured them and give them justice. As for the farmers, they were all kneeling on the ground, glaring angrily at these people, their eyes almost spitting fire. At the time, Lu Shi had believed that he had accidentally run into that old woman while driving the carriage. But after he was imprisoned in the Chang and county prison, he understood everything. How could he have been careless? Someone was clearly trying to frame them. Even if Lu Shi was a fool, he would never believe that he and his companions had accidentally run into someone. The chances of this happening were even lower than winning 200 taels of gold in the lottery. Ming House, we've been wrongly accused. These people clearly ran into our carriage on purpose. Ming House, please uphold justice for us. Ming House, we're all honest farmers in the county. We came to Chang'an to pick up manure, but we encountered such an undeserved disaster. How could 50 manure wagons all run into people? We've been wrongly accused. Lu Shi knocked his head on the ground loudly. Ming House, please uphold justice for us. While the farmers were crying for justice, the injured naturally started to make a fuss again. Nonsense! How many people in Chang and have seen you run into us with your carriages and horses? You farmers are not allowed to quibble. Ming House, my leg is broken. The doctor said that it can't be cured. These farmers still dare to slander us. Ming House, please uphold justice for us. God damn it! I'm already so old, and you still dare to accuse me? Aren't you farmers afraid of being struck by lightning? The Chang and county yamen was as noisy as a market. Both sides were crying for justice. Cui Zhuo was so angry that he picked up his gavel and slammed it loudly. Only then did everyone shut up. If anyone dares to cause trouble in court again, I'll give them 20 strokes of the cane. After Cui Zhuo's anger, neither the farmers nor the injured dared to say another word. Lu Deheng looked at Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the side and watching the trial. Your Majesty, oh, Eunuch Li, how do you think this case should be handled? Do you want to call in witnesses? Pai Lupi was noncommittal. Do as you see fit. Ho Junji spoke. Eunuch Li, both sides are sticking to their own story. It's clear that someone is lying. There are witnesses and evidence. So these drivers can't quibble. Why don't we use torture? I don't believe that they won't tell the truth. Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng were naturally annoyed by Ho Junji's words. They couldn't bring themselves to use torture on these farmers in front of County Count Huxian and all the other hedonistic scions. Li Wangyu chuckled and stood up as well. Uncle, everyone, Duke Lu's words are reasonable. There are bound to be people lying on both sides, but it's not like they won't confess under torture. I don't want that either. It's easy to tell if they're telling the truth. I have a divine tool that can detect if someone is lying. Since both sides are sticking to their own story, why don't we try my divine tool and use it to detect if someone is lying? Divine tool? Detect if someone is lying? Pai Lupi and everyone else felt their minds go blank. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 561. Pai Lupi was drinking tea, and when he heard Li Wangyo's words, he almost choked to death. There was naturally no such thing as a lie detector in the Tang dynasty, but based on its literal meaning, everyone could understand that it was a test to see if one was lying, right? The officials naturally didn't believe Li Wangyo's words and began to question him. Zio, don't joke around. How could there be such a thing? Ha! This is the first time in this old man's life that I've heard of an object that can detect lies. This is truly interesting. County count, who don't mess around. How could there be such a thing? The human heart is hard to fathom. What kind of object can detect if someone is lying? Zio, how can that divine artifact of yours detect lies? Li Wangyo's smile only grew wider and wider in the face of everyone's doubts. Everyone, as the saying goes, if one lies, they will be struck by lightning. This divine artifact of mine is the same. It can distinguish between good and evil. If one lies, they will be struck by lightning. It is extremely accurate. If everyone doesn't believe me, you can give it a try. His words made Pai Lupi and the officials look at each other in dismay. They felt that Li Wangyu was getting more and more ridiculous. That lie detector test had already made everyone feel that it was inconceivable. Why was there a question about being struck by lightning? Could this Li Wangyu really be the reincarnation of an ancient expert? Now that he had recovered his memories, he could even produce such a divine artifact. Ho Junji's heart thumped. He felt that something was wrong and wanted to speak up to stop him. But Pai Lupi lightly coughed and said, "Since Zio says so, then bring out that divine artifact of yours, and let us see it." Since Pai Lupi had spoken, Ho Junji naturally couldn't say anything to stop him. He could only watch as Niu Wu led several Lai hot troops into the county yamen and carried a wooden box into the hall. It was a square wooden box with a handle on the side. There was nothing else that stood out about it. Pai Lupi was slightly disappointed. "Zio, this is your divine artifact. It can detect lies. You'll be struck by lightning." Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. He walked in front of the wooden box and pulled out 2 thick, black copper wires. The 2 copper wires were connected to 2 shiny copper plates. He signaled Niu Wu to shake the handle on the wooden box, and then gently touched the 2 pieces of copper together. Pai Lupi and the group of officials were all startled by the sudden pop from the copper plate. What made them even more incredulous was that the copper plate emitted a lightning-like electric light. Although it wasn't as earth-shattering as the thunderbolts, it could be seen that the lightning flashing from the copper plate was very similar to the thunderbolts falling from the sky. Zio, what is this? Electricity. Was that Mo Fei just an electric light? Doubt ancestor above, is it really lightning? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The Tang people naturally didn't know how lightning was formed, but they knew enough about electricity. As the saying goes, sound is thunder, light is electricity. The battle between yin and yang is thunder, and the excitement is electricity. Electricity is the brilliance of yin and yang. These were the ancient Chinese people's understanding of electricity. The word electricity in the oracle bone inscriptions was like a mysterious and frightening bolt of lightning that split in all directions. Li Wangyu pretended to be mysterious for a long time. The thing that he showed off was actually the hand-cranked generator that he had built to charge his mobile phone. Niu Wu shook the handle of the generator to generate electric current. When the positive and negative poles came into contact, there would naturally be sparks. Of course, those who studied physics in junior high school would know that this was the phenomenon of electric charge breaking through the air and causing the air to conduct electricity. However, This scene in the eyes of Pai Lupi and the group of officials had a different feeling. Li Wanyu really created electric light in front of them. This was really too unbelievable. A hand-cranked generator. A simple discharge phenomenon. To the Tang people, the stimulation was no less than a UFO suddenly landing on the road and aliens walking out. Ho Junji's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Demonic arts. This is demonic magic. Feng Xianling immediately refuted. Thunder and lightning are righteous. How can it be demonic? Duke Lu, don't talk nonsense. How can this lightning be a demonic technique? Du Ruhui also nodded. Since ancient times, China believed that thunder and lightning were controlled by the god of thunder and the goddess of lightning. Thunder and lightning had the meaning of punishing evil and promoting good. The god of thunder could distinguish between good and evil in the human world, enforce the law on behalf of the heavens, kill evil people, and uphold justice. After seeing the copper plate of the hand-cranked generator emitting electric sparks, everyone present believed that this thing could distinguish good from evil and detect lies. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the farmers and the injured, and each of them had different reactions. The farmers kowtowed to the wooden box, and their faces were filled with joy. They felt that they would be able to redress the injustice they had suffered. As for the injured, each of their faces was uglier than the last. There were even old women who were so frightened that they started crying. "Uncle, everyone, why don't you try my treasure? Let's see if it can distinguish good from evil and clear the good people's names." Li Wanyu pointed to the hand-cranked generator and looked at Pai Lupi and the officials. "Sure." Pai Lupi nodded. He was also extremely curious. How can this thing distinguish good from evil? How can it detect lies? It's very simple. As long as you hold these two copper plates with both hands and shake the handle, the liars will naturally be struck by lightning. Pai Lupi nodded. "Good, then let them try it. Let's see if this lightning can distinguish good from evil." Li Wanyu said, "This little nephew will have these farmers and the injured people confront each other. Good and evil can be determined with a single test." When Lu Shi heard this, he immediately stood up and bowed to Li Wanyu. Count, who? I am willing to go first and confront that old woman." "Okay, then I'll start with you. Hold these two copper plates and recount what happened that day. You cannot lie, or else you will be punished by the lightning." As Li Wanyu spoke, he placed the two copper plates in Lu Shi's hands and then indicated that Lu Shi could start shaking the handle. Pai Lupi and the other officials stared at Lu Shi without blinking. But Lu Shi was completely fine. Holding the copper plates, he began to recount what had happened the day before. "Uncle, please take a look. The lightning did not punish this farmer, which means that he is telling the truth," Li Wanyu said with a smile. Ho Junji suddenly stepped forward. "Wait a moment, you want this one to shake the handle? Is that possible?" He naturally didn't believe in some divine tool. He felt that Li Wanyu must have done something to it, so he wanted him to personally shake the handle. Li Wanyu naturally didn't object. He indicated that Niu Wu should step aside and hand the handle to Ho Junji. "Duke of Lu, this treasure of mine is extremely simple to control. Once they start talking, just shake the handle, and this divine tool can tell if that person is lying or not." Ho Junji expressionlessly nodded. He carefully examined the wooden box, and after confirming that there were no traps, he took the handle. He was still worried, so he had Lu Shi hold the copper plates in one hand and repeat what he had said just now while shaking the handle. Seeing that there was still no reaction, he awkwardly stopped. Li Wanyu indicated that Lu Shi should step aside, and then he indicated that the old woman he had knocked over should come forward. The old woman's head was wrapped in thick gauze, and she had a miserable and pitiful appearance. But at this moment there was a hint of timidity on her face, and her legs were trembling. However, in the main hall of the county yamen, in front of the two Ming residence officials and a group of officials, she did not dare to say anything. She could only tremble as she received the 2 copper pieces and held them carefully in her hands. This old woman went out yesterday, and as soon as she stepped out of the workshop, she was knocked over by that carriage. Just as the old woman began to speak, she howled miserably as if she had received a huge shock. She threw away the copper plate in her hand. Her intense reaction left Ho Junji dumbstruck. Chapter 562. Ho Junji angrily glared at the old woman. "Old woman, what are you screaming for?" "It hurts, it hurts. This thing is biting my hand." The old woman became even more panicked, her face turning nasty. Ho Junji naturally didn't believe her words and angrily roared at the old woman, "Don't speak nonsense! Hurry up and grab those copper plates." With a long face, the old woman had no choice but to hold the 2 copper plates with trembling hands. Ho Junji shook the handle, and just as expected, the old woman screamed again and threw away the copper plates. Li Wangyu and the other wastrels couldn't help but laugh, and Niuwu was grinning from ear to ear. Back then, he had been tricked by his Lang Jun, just like this, when Li Wangyu had first created the hand-crank generator, and wasn't sure if it would succeed. He had tricked Niuwu into touching the copper wires. Niuwu had been badly tricked. Niuwu had long ago known that this wooden box was so magical that just by shaking the handle, it could generate electricity. Although he didn't know what this electricity was for, he knew that it couldn't be touched. Li Wangyu inwardly laughed. It would be strange if the old woman didn't scream. Unless she had mutated into a superhero like the Storm, anyone would scream after being electrocuted. Li Wangyu wasn't sure how many volts the hand-crank generator he had created could produce. In short, while it couldn't kill, it was still uncomfortable, no better than being electrocuted. In any case, ever since Li Wangyu had seen Niuwu get electrocuted, he had no intention of personally trying it out. And yesterday, he had sent Niuwu back to Zhou village to ask for this hand-cranked generator from his beautiful superior. In order to keep the generator a secret, Li Wangyu had carpenter Lu make him a sealed wooden box to seal the generator within. After seeing the item that Niuwu brought back, the silk pants didn't understand what was going on. After being fooled by Li Wangyu, each and every one of them foolishly ran to touch the copper plate that was connected to electricity. Naturally, they were electrocuted to the point that they screamed in pain. They had personally experienced the power of this hand-crank generator. The sight of the old woman being electrocuted and being forced by Ho Junji to touch the wire again naturally made these scions grimace in laughter. As for why Lu Shi hadn't been electrocuted when he was holding the copper plate, that was obviously because Li Wangyu and the other rich kids had cheated. The silk pants had long sent a lot of beeswax to the prisons of the 2 counties in Chang, and so that the peasants could smear a thick layer of beeswax on their palms. Beeswax did not conduct electricity. It formed a translucent protective layer in the palms of the farmers. Therefore, Lu Shi didn't feel anything when he held the copper piece. Any junior high school student in the future would laugh their heads off if they saw such a trick. But in the eyes of the Tangs, this was what Li Wangyu meant when he said that the divine artifact could distinguish good from evil and detect lies. The reason why the old woman was bitten by the copper plate was naturally because she had lied. Faced with such a situation, the old woman really didn't know what to do. She simply knelt on the ground and wailed. Chuizhu's eyes brightened. He waved his hand, indicating for the yamen runners to push the crying old woman to the side, and then for another farmer to come forward. Just like Lu Shi, this farmer didn't panic in the slightest. Gripping the copper plate with both hands, he began to recount what had happened yesterday. Ho Junji continued to turn the handle, but it was to no avail. After saying this, The farmer bowed to the crowd and retreated to the side. The injured person he had run over was also carried over with a mournful face. This injured person's calf had been crushed by the wheels of the carriage, and he could only lie on the door as the yamen runners carried him over to the divine artifact. His face ashen, he gripped the 2 copper plates as if he was about to be executed. Yesterday, this lowly person was walking along the street when that carriage, Another scream was heard. Under the stimulation of the electric current, no matter how strong the person's willpower was, he could not bear the pain. He screamed and threw away the copper plate in his hand. Wah! Zio, this divine artifact of yours is truly interesting. It seems like there's no need to continue investigating this case. Isn't it obvious who's loyal and who's a traitor? You scoundrels actually dared to frame a good man. Even the heavens won't let you go. Chung Yaojin laughed heartily. Pai Lupi and the others nodded in agreement. This scene was enough to explain the problem. Ho Junji still wasn't willing to give up. He pointed out several more farmers and had them hold the copper plate while he turned the handle of the generator. Ho Junji's efforts were naturally futile. The farmers had smeared beeswax on their hands. So how could the electricity from the hand-cranked generator threaten them? As for the victims, they screamed as they were electrocuted. None of them were able to escape. This ironclad fact was placed in front of everyone's eyes. The group of victims, who were still clamoring before no longer made a sound. One by one, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. At this point, there was nothing more to be said. Ho Junji was so angry that he threw down the generator and returned to stand among the officials in a daze. He had no idea how things had come to this. Chuizhua and Lu Deheng glanced at each other and then slapped down the gavel. What else do you have to say? Hurry up and confess the truth. Must you force this district to punish you? Finally, someone couldn't resist the pressure and confessed. This commoner will confess. We intentionally ran into those carriages. It has nothing to do with the drivers. We only have ourselves to blame. With this precedent, the others naturally couldn't continue to deny it. With sullen faces, they obediently confessed everything. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? Chuizhua asked once more. It's Luo Hui who ordered us to do this. He said that as long as we did this, we wouldn't be charged for scraping dung in Chang. And this commoner was muddle-headed and did this. Please, Ming House, for the sake of our physical disabilities, forgive us. That's right. It was Luo Hui who ordered us to do this. Ming House, please investigate. Luo Hui is the true mastermind. Ming House has pity on us. We know our wrongs. Please forgive us. Ming House, we are willing to testify against Luo Hui. Please, Ming House, show mercy. This group of people began to feel fear. Falsely accusing someone of being punished was no laughing matter. Thus, they all began to accuse Luo Hui in a futile attempt to lessen their crimes. Come, sign their confessions. Chuizhua didn't waste time. In front of Pai Lupi, he naturally had to punish them according to the laws of the Tang Empire. He didn't care whether these people lived or died. He directly had the scribes deliver their confessions for these people to sign. Once everyone had signed, Chuizhua directly announced that the case of the 100 farmers of Hu County had been framed and that they would be acquitted. The 50 scammers were falsely accused and punished. Based on the crime of driving without reason, they were all caned 80 times. The first offender, Luo Hui, was arrested by the yamen runners and sentenced separately. Pai Lupi and the other officials naturally had no objections to Chuizhua's punishment. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Chang'an's county government, the 100 farmers burst into thunderous cheers. The sound waves almost tore off the roof of the county government. Ming House is wise. this lowly commoner kowtows to Ming House. The farmers all knelt down and thanked Chuizhua and Lu Dehang. Then they turned their heads and kowtowed to the rich playboys and Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction. He got up and prepared to return to the palace. However, he waved at Li Wangyu and whispered, "Zio, can you give me that precious magical item of yours?" Li Wangyu looked around, then moved closer to Pai Lupi's ear and whispered, "Uncle, that thing is fake. It doesn't have the ability to detect lies." When Pai Lupi heard this, he became a Spartan. Damn, I was tricked by this bastard again. Chapter 563. Pai Lupi angrily glared at Li Wangyu. He knew that this wasn't the place to talk, so he indicated for Li Wangyu to follow him back to Taiji Palace. As for the hand-cranked generator, Pai Lupi had me Tuo bring it back. Li Wangyu saw that it was still early, so he hurriedly called out to the other scions and had them arrange for the farmers to start digging excrement today. They didn't want to waste any more of their time to earn money. As for Ho Junji, his expression was constantly shifting. Standing among the officials, he gave Li Wangyu an extremely unfriendly look. Li Wangyu would occasionally meet his gaze, and when he saw this expression, not only did he not fear it, he even smiled even more happily. After following Pai Lupi back to Taiji Palace's administrative hall, Pai Lupi had me Tuo bring the hand-cranked generator over and walked around the wooden box a few times. After asking Li Wangyu, he indicated for me Tuo to open the wooden box. After carefully examining the structure, he couldn't help but be disappointed. As expected, it wasn't some divine treasure. It was just some copper wire wrapped around a magnet, and it didn't have any mysterious energy. In truth, this was the second hand-crank generator that Li Wangyu had built. The one made of silver wire was still in his residence, and it was powered by water to charge his mobile phone. This was just a backup, so it didn't matter if Pai Lupi took it apart. Pai Lupi couldn't figure out what it was, so he turned to Li Wangyu and asked, "Zio, what's the use of this thing?" Li Wangyu spread out his hands. "Uncle, you've also seen it. This little nephew named this thing a hand-cranked generator. As for its use, it's naturally capable of producing electricity." "What use does this electricity have? Can it distinguish between good and evil and detect lies?" Pai Lupi was still unwilling to give up. If there really was something that could do this, it would be far too useful to him. Li Wangyu couldn't help but sweat. This superstitious person who didn't understand science was too stubborn. "Uncle, this thing can only produce electricity. It can't distinguish between good and evil." Pai Lupi did not believe him and asked, "Then what happened in the Hall of Chang in County just now? Why aren't those farmers afraid of this electricity?" "Hee, Uncle, those farmers have smeared beeswax on their hands to block out the lightning." "Oh, beeswax had such an effect. Isn't that person afraid of being struck by lightning?" Li Wangyu was speechless. He didn't expect Pai Lupi to be so imaginative. Imagine a person covered in beeswax going out to be struck by lightning on a stormy day. That scene was simply too beautiful. He hurriedly shook his head. "Uncle, the electric light produced by this hand-crank generator is just a drop in the ocean compared to thunder and lightning. The power is completely different. Applying beeswax on my hands can isolate the electricity from the hand-crank generator, but it can't isolate the lightning." Li Wangyu gave Pai Lupi a general knowledge of electricity. Pai Lupi listened with great interest. Pai Lupi even let me Tuo and a few of his servants have a taste of being electrocuted. Mi Tuo kept looking at Li Wangyu with resentful eyes. "Zio, what other use does this electricity have other than electrocuting people?" Nothing." Li Wangyu also had a headache. He really couldn't think of any use for electricity in the Tang dynasty, other than the unique mobile phone and speaker in the hands of his beautiful boss. There were no other electrical appliances. As for light bulbs and the like, that was not something he could make, let alone other electrical appliances. These things really had no use for the Tang dynasty. Hearing Li Wangyou's reply, Pai Lupi couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. After fiddling with the hand-crank generator, for a while, Pai Lupi lost interest and turned to Li Wangyou. "Zio, what's going on with Na Luohui? A lowly person dares to oppose you, the county earl who founded the country?" "Uncle, Na Luohui is naturally a minor character not worth mentioning. But Uncle should also be able to see that there's someone supporting him to oppose me." "Who is it?" Li Wangyou grinned. "Isn't it obvious?" "Uncle, today in the hall and in the Chang and County Yamen, only Duke Lu has been unwilling to let this nephew off." Pai Lupi nodded slightly at these words. He could naturally see through Ho Junji's actions. He just wanted to verify it with Li Wangyou. "Zio, enough. We will find an opportunity to resolve the conflict between you and Junji. Junji suffered a great loss in the gambling match, so it's normal for him to harbor some resentment." Pai Lupi naturally did not wish for Ho Junji and Li Wangyou to go too far. Ho Junji had always been trusted by Pai Lupi and was one of his trusted generals, and Li Wangyou's status in his heart went without saying. For Pai Lupi, the relationship between the two of them was like palm to palm. If they went too far, it would not look good on his face. Pai Lupi still believed that Ho Junji was opposing Li Wangyou only because he had lost the gambling match. Upon hearing Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyou immediately began to consider whether or not he should give Ho Junji a bad look. Pai Lupi's trust in Ho Junji was unquestionable. 2 years later, Li Jing, the war god of the Tang dynasty, had been forced to abdicate and give the post of Minister of War to Ho Junji. Li Wangyou truly did not wish to see Ho Junji's authority grow. This was not a good thing for him. After making up his mind, Li Wangyou whispered to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, I'm afraid that you're wrong. Duke Lu is making things difficult for this nephew, not because of that gambling match, but because of profit." "Oh, what do you mean?" "Uncle, you also know that those 300 toilets make no less than 200,000 strings of coins a year from the excrement sales. This nephew has already reported this to Aunt, and we plan to use it all to help the orphans and widows." Pai Lupi nodded and praised. "Not bad. Maid Guanyin has already informed us of this matter. Zio, for you to be so righteous, us have a whole new level of respect for you. Caring for the young, supporting the old, helping the poor, and alleviating the sick are all acts of benevolence that benefit the country and the people. Brat, this time you didn't mess around with those profligates. Once your Wanyu Charity Hall is established, we will inform Duke Dai to hand over 20% of the annual lottery earnings to the charity hall so that it can be used to help the people." Li Wanyu hurriedly bowed. "This nephew thanks Uncle on behalf of the people. However, Uncle, this nephew doesn't care about the 200,000 strings of coins, but there are people who care about wealth." Pai Lupi couldn't help but glare at him. "You're saying that Junji is eyeing your excrement sales? How is that possible? He's the mighty Duke Lu, so how could he do such a thing for some money?" "Hee, Uncle, this nephew isn't speaking nonsense. Uncle, do you know why that Luo Hui is acquainted with Duke Lu? Why would he listen to Duke Lu's orders and do such an absurd thing?" "Why? Horse dung." "Horse dung? What does that mean?" Pai Lupi didn't understand. In a few words, Li Wanyu explained how the Tang dynasty's army sold horse dung for public use. Pai Lupi had also heard of this matter, but he didn't think much of it. "Zio, are you accusing Junji of embezzling horse dung money?" Li Wanyu shook his head. "Uncle, this nephew only feels that this is most likely the case. Whether it's true or not, Uncle will know once he investigates. This nephew has asked Chung Chumo and the others." Uncle Chung and Uncle Yuchi sell horse dung every year and earn 40 to 50,000 strings of coins, all of which are used by the army. As for whether Duke Lu's right guard is the same, this nephew doesn't know. Pai Lupi naturally heard Li Wangyo's words, and he paced back and forth in the hall with a dark expression. Then he beckoned me to all over. Have the 100 Cavalry Department search through Luo Huey's residence and see if there are any accounting books or the like. Yes. Mi Tua naturally left to carry out the order. Li Wangyu inwardly chuckled. He naturally knew that this matter wouldn't be able to topple Ho Junji, let alone embezzling some horse-dung money. Even when Ho Junji had destroyed Gaochang and taken the spoils of war that should have been offered to Pai Lupi still hadn't done anything to him. But planting a thorn in Pai Lupi's heart was also good. Perhaps in the 4th year of Jingguan, Ho Junji's appointment as Minister of War might be overturned because of this unremarkable horse dung. Chapter 564. In Guangda Lane, near the western market of Chang, a group of 100 cavalry officers smashed open the gate of the Luo residence and charged in. Before Luo Huey's family, stewards, and servants knew what was going on, they were all taken away by the 100 cavalry officers, imprisoned and interrogated. Luo Huey's wealth, which he had worked so hard to accumulate, was confiscated and his residence sealed. But Luo Huey's whereabouts were unknown, and he had never been captured. All the provinces and counties of the Tang dynasty had posted notices for Luo Huey's arrest, but he seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Li Wangyu wondered if Ho Junji had killed Luo Hui to silence him. Li Wangyu felt no sympathy for Luo Huey's plight, nor did he care whether Ho Junji's account books had been found in Luo Huey's residence. That was not important, and even if they did, so what? Given Pai Lupi's trust in Ho Junji would only receive a reprimand and a fine of copper for embezzling some dung money. Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi had reported on Ho Junji mainly so that the Pai Lupi would think that Ho Junji was greedy and thus lay the groundwork for the future. Now that Ho Junji and Luo Hui were no longer obstructing them, the farmers of Hu County could enter Chang and to harvest dung. Every day, a steady stream of jinkala would be transported to the provinces and counties around Chang, and in exchange for coppers. By the time all this was done, it was already the 10th month of autumn, the most important day of the year in the Tang dynasty. But this year, the plague of locusts had caused the farmers of the Guangzhou circuit to miss out on the joy of harvests. On the contrary, all the families were sighing in despair. The wheat fields that had once yielded 1 dan per mu were now only able to harvest 4 or 5 bushels. In fact, many fields had only harvested 2 or 3 bushels this year. With such a small harvest, not to mention paying the rent, it was not even enough for the family's rations for the coming year. Ma Zhou submitted a memorial to the Pai Lupi requesting that the land rent for this year's Guangzhou circuit be reduced. Pai Lupi nodded his head in agreement. He issued an edict to the Guangzhou Pass prefectures and counties to waive the land rent and issued a general amnesty to the people. The autumn harvest had nothing to do with the people of Hu County. With Yang Quan's full cooperation, the 100,000 people of Hu County all switched to winter rice. Originally, the commoners were uneasy and felt that this matter was not reliable. After farming for his entire life, this was the first time he sowed rice seedlings in September. Many farmers were sobbing as they sowed the seeds. They felt that the seedlings would not survive at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the rice seedlings that were sown in the fields all survived. Now, the rice sprouts in the fields were green, giving the people of Hu County a glimmer of hope. Of the hundreds of villages in Hu County, the only one that hadn't switched to planting rice and was now entering the autumn harvest season was Dingzhou village. The The ducks that Li Wanyu had fed back then had made great contributions on the battlefield. In the surrounding villages, the wheat fields in Dingzhou village were basically preserved. At most, the wheat fields in Dingzhou village were reduced by 20 to 20%. Therefore, when the government of Hu County ordered people to burn the wheat fields and switch to rice, they only bypassed Dingzhou village's fields. Since ancient times, China had placed great importance on agriculture. Even though the farmers of Dingzhou village no longer relied on the crops in the fields to make a living, when the autumn harvest came, everyone still went to the fields to harvest the year's worth of hard work. Even in the future, those well-dressed white-collar workers who were born in the countryside and worked in office buildings in various cities would still ask for leave during the autumn harvest and run back to their hometown to help harvest the wheat and rice. This was already a deep-rooted belief in the hearts of the Chinese. Li Wanyu was naturally aware of this as well. Now that he had many people in his residence, he naturally had to help the village. Early in the morning of the autumn harvest, Li Wanyu led Niu Wu and Niu Yong, as well as a group of servants, to the fields in the village to help harvest the wheat. Even his beautiful superior led the old steward, Perrin, Aphrodite, and a group of maidservants to help. Some delivered water, while others followed to pick up the wheat. It was very lively. Li Wanyu symbolically harvested a few clumps of wheat before he was so tired that he was sweating profusely. He felt like he couldn't even straighten his back. The old village chief hurriedly advised him to rest at the side. His beautiful superior waved at him from under the shade of a tree. Hee, didn't someone boast to me that he was a village boy? Why can't you do it after just a few times? Your body is really weak. Li Wanyu was so angry that he almost wanted to drag her back to his residence to prove his ability after being teased by his beautiful superior for being weak. However, this was clearly just a thought. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes at her. Nonsense! When I was young, my family harvested by hand, but it wasn't my turn to work at that time. By the time I grew up, the village was already harvesting mechanically. Every year during the autumn harvest, there would be an army of harvesters that would come to work with harvesters. They would only harvest 100 pieces of wheat per moo. Who would be so full as to put in the effort to harvest? Sophistry. In the end, you are too weak. With your small body, I don't know where you got the courage to kill 3 Japanese in a row. The beautiful superior changed the topic and brought up this matter again, making Li Wanyu very embarrassed. He could only touch his nose and not say anything. That day in the prison, he drew his sword and killed 3 Japanese. Naturally, the beautiful superior knew about it immediately. Because of this, the beautiful superior was so scared that she couldn't sleep well for several nights. She had nightmares and had to comfort Perrin, who was also scared. After seeing Li Wanyu again, the beautiful superior couldn't care less about being reserved. She directly threw herself into his arms and cried for a long time. This let Li Wanyu experience the feeling of holding a soft jade in his arms. However, after the beautiful superior vented her emotions, she showed her female power and pulled Li Wanyu's ear for a long time. Only when Li Wanyu repeatedly promised that he wouldn't be so impulsive in the future did she let him go. Therefore, when the beautiful superior brought up this matter again, Li Wanyu could only keep quiet to avoid provoking her again. With nearly 100 people from Li Wanyu's residence helping to harvest, in addition to the threshing machine that Li Wanyu made, the harvest in the village was very fast. Buckets of wheat were put into sacks and pulled by carriages back to the granaries of the various residences in the village. These 2 days, the village was very lively. Everyone's face was full of smiles. The autumn harvest always made people happy. However, the old villager found Li Wanyu again. Langjun, now that the autumn harvest is over, when do you think is appropriate to send this year's land rent to the residents? The old man's words made Li Wangyu stunned for a moment before he reacted. Currently, Dingzhou village was under the jurisdiction of him, the county head. Now, the villagers didn't have to pay rent to the government. Instead, they handed it to him, the master. Li Wangyu hurriedly waved his hand at the old man. What's there to pay? Keep it for yourself. You think I'm lacking in your trifles? Keep it for yourself. In the future, the village won't collect land tax. His words naturally scared the old villager. He waved his hand again and again. You can't do that. You can't do that. It's against the rules. Langjun, how can you not collect land tax? The old housekeeper Li Heng was also happy. He pushed the old villager. You're a farmer. What are you talking about? This old man now worries about how to stack the copper coins in the residence every day. How can I have the time to care about the food and cloth that you pay? Do you want to tire this old man to death? If Lang Jun says he won't accept it, then he won't accept it. Don't talk about it anymore. Li Heng and the old villager were also joking. After moving to Dingzhou village for more than half a year, the two old men's relationship was quite close. They often met to drink wine and chat. Now that the residence didn't lack anything, and his Lang Jun had been promoted to county head, Li Heng was full of energy every day. His originally white hair had become a lot darker, and he looked a lot younger. The old villager naturally didn't get angry at his words. He could only sigh in his heart that Dingzhou village's ancestors were blessing them to meet a master like Li Wangyu. It was a blessing that they had cultivated for several generations. After repeatedly thanking Li Wangyu on behalf of the villagers, the old villager looked at Li Heng and suddenly grinned. Housekeeper Li, how old are you this year? Li Heng was stunned. He didn't understand why the old villager asked this question. This old man is 48 years old. His words, however, gave Li Wangyu a shock. Damn, Li Heng is only 48 years old. He always thought that this old man, oh no, it should be uncle, was over 60 years old. Chapter 565. The Tang people were different from the later generations. Due to the good medical conditions and adequate nutrition, 48-year-old people were considered middle-aged at most. The World Health Organization of the later generations even classified people under 44 as youths and 45 to 59 as middle-aged people. Li Heng was 48 years old, which meant that he had just entered middle age. Li Wangyu also remembered that historians had studied the average lifespan of the ancient people. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the average lifespan was only 40 years old. Li Heng was 48 years old, which was not considered young in the eyes of the Tang people. As for the long-lived elders like Yu Shinan and Sun Simiao, they were already considered to be Renrui and could not be lumped together. Perhaps it was because of a lifetime of hard work, but in Li Wangyu's eyes, the 48-year-old Li Heng was as old as a 60-year-old man in the future. He had never asked about Li Heng's age, and the original owner of his body did not seem to know either. He only knew that when Li Heng was born, he was already an elder in the family and had served Li Zhou for many years. However, like Li Heng, he did not understand why the old village chief asked about Li Heng's age. The old village chief laughed. Housekeeper Li, you haven't married yet, right? You should have seen the wife of the Zhao family in the village, right? She is 33 years old now, and she is also very beautiful. In the early years, her husband was also a government soldier, but he was unlucky and did not come back. This wife of the Zhao family raised her daughter and has been a widow ever since. Hee. Now, this wife of the Zhao family has taken a fancy to you. Old man, I just don't know if you are a good man or... The old village chief did not finish his words, but Li Wangyu and Li Heng immediately understood what he meant. Was he trying to be a matchmaker? As for whether Li Heng was a good man or a slave, This was naturally a prerequisite for the wife of the Zhao family to be willing to remarry. If Li Heng was a slave, then this wife of the Zhao family, no matter how much she secretly admired Li Heng, would not choose to marry him. After all, if she married a slave, she and her descendants would all become slaves. Without waiting for Li Heng to speak, Li Wanyu immediately nodded repeatedly. Good status, of course it's good status. Li Heng is only my residence's housekeeper, not a servant. Old village chief. Is that Madame Zhao the mother of that Madame Zhao who once sold me a pig? Exactly. And that little Miss Zhao is a diligent and dutiful girl. Madame Zhao also looks decent. Li Heng. Ha! Isn't this too convenient for you? Now, I have a wife and a daughter. Li Heng's face turned red when he heard their words. No, Langjun, I can't do that. Why not? Are you looking down on that Zhao family's wife? Or do you dislike other people's daughters? Li Wanyu glared at him. Li Heng quickly waved his hand. No, I don't mind. Old slave means what slave? I've already given you your discharge papers. Don't talk nonsense. Go to the county yamen today and find Registrar Liu to go through the procedures. If you can't do it, don't return home. Previously, when they were still at the old residence in Hu County, Yang Quan wanted to collect his debt, but Li Wanyu released all of the servants in the residence. This angered Yang Quan so much that he almost died. At that time, the discharge papers he wrote to Li Heng were torn to shreds by this stubborn old man. At that time, Li Wanyu couldn't do anything about it. However, ever since he was conferred a title and paid off his debt, he wrote another discharge papers for Li Heng. However, Li Heng didn't want to remove his status, so he kept delaying going to the county yamen to go through the procedures. Li Wanyu then looked at the old village chief. Village chief, I'll agree to this on behalf of Li Heng. I'll have to trouble you to ask Zhao family's wife. If there's no problem, I'll have a matchmaker go to her house and give her 3 betrothal gifts so that Li Heng can marry her. The old village chief grinned and said, a widow's family doesn't need any betrothal gifts. A banquet is enough. Zhao family's wife is naturally willing. It's her fortune to be able to marry Steward Li. Leave this matter to the old me. I guarantee it'll be done properly. Li Heng's face turned even redder when he saw his Langjun and the old village chief talking about his wife in just a few words. That won't do. This old man is already so old. How can I delay Zhao family's wife? Li Wanyu didn't bother to pay attention to him. He went to discuss with the old village chief how to give the betrothal gifts and how to pick up the bride. After the discussion, Li Wanyu was full of joy. When he was about to call everyone back to the mansion, he felt that the troops behind him seemed to be looking at him. He turned his head and saw a few resentful eyes looking at him. What did this mean? Li Wanyu was frightened by the eyes of his troops. It took a long time for him to react. Damn. When these old bachelors heard that Li Heng was going to marry a wife, they all wanted to marry a wife, right? Damn. He seemed to have promised them that he would introduce a palace made to them to be their wives. He had long forgotten this matter. Well, a man can't live without integrity. As a master, he couldn't deceive the troops. Li Wanyu didn't go back to the mansion. Seeing that it was still early, he led the troops to Chang and City. In the legislative hall, Pai Lupi was reading the memorials and dealing with official business. When he heard that Li Wanyu wanted to see him, he was very surprised. Zio, how come you have time to come to the palace to see me today? What's the matter? Li Wanyu touched his nose and smiled. Nothing, nothing. I just miss Uncle, so I came to the palace to see you. Pai Lupi looked up and glanced at him with a faint smile. Is there really nothing? If there's nothing, then you can go back. I have to deal with official business and have no time to chat with you. Li Wanyu was speechless. F***CK. Can't you be more polite? He racked his brains and thought about how to ask Pai Lupi for the 73 palace maids. If he directly asked, he was afraid that Pai Lupi would beat him up. That day, in order to recruit the troops, he boasted that he would match them with palace maids as their wives. But this matter was simple and difficult at the same time. Although there were thousands of palace maids in the Taiji Palace, not everyone could spy on them. Usually, Pai Lupi would only reward those who had done meritorious service with a few beautiful palace maids. There were many palace maids in the Taiji Palace who were willing to marry out of the palace, not to mention the 73rd place. Even the 730th place could be easily gathered. But the key point was, how could Pai Lupi give so many palace maids to Li Wanyu for no reason? Not to mention that they were betrothed to his troops. If this matter was spread out, where would Pai Lupi put his face? So Li Wanyu naturally couldn't just directly ask Pai Lupi for palace maids. He had to use a roundabout way to save the country. He rolled his eyes a few times and came up with a plan in his mind. "Uncle, I came to the palace today because I have something to report to you." "Speak." "Uncle, in 2 months, it will be your birthday. I want to give you a special birthday gift, so I came to the palace today to borrow some people from you." Pai Lupi's birthday was on the 5th day of the 12th month, which was the 22nd day of the 12th month of the lunar calendar. There were only 2 months left until now. Li Wangyu's words aroused Pai Lupi's interest. He put down the memorial in his hand and said with a smile, "ZU is thoughtful. What do you want to give me? What kind of people do you want to borrow?" "Hee. Uncle, wouldn't it be meaningless to talk about the birthday gift? Please allow this nephew to keep it a secret and give Uncle a surprise on Uncle's birthday, okay? I want to borrow 300 palace maids to prepare the birthday gift." Pai Lupi didn't think much of Li Wanyo's words. He only raised his head and laughed loudly. Good. Then I will wait for Ziyu's gift. What palace maids do you need? You can tell me Tua and choose them yourself." "Thank you, Uncle." Li Wanyu hurriedly bowed, but his heart was blooming with joy. Chapter 566. After Li Wanyu thanked Pai Lupi, he asked, "Uncle, if these palace maids are disobedient, do I have the right to punish them?" Pai Lupi didn't take it seriously and waved his hand at him. "I'll leave them to you. Naturally, you can punish them however you want. Anyone who refuses to obey will be beaten to death." Li Wanyu had been waiting for him to say this. After thanking Pai Lupi again, he hurriedly pulled me Tua out of the Hall of Government and prepared to select palace maids. "May I ask, County Uncle, what kind of palace maids do you need? I'll send someone to inform them in advance." Li Wanyu chuckled. "Naturally, I need someone who can sing and dance, and who is good at all kinds of musical instruments. As for their age, they can't be too young. It would be best if they are at least 20 years old. It would be best if they are palace maids who are willing to leave the palace to marry." His words stunned me to awe. He didn't understand what Li Wanyu meant. It was easy to understand that he needed someone who could sing and dance and know how to play musical instruments. However, he needed someone who was old and willing to leave the palace to marry. What was this for? What did this have to do with giving Pai Lupi a birthday gift? "County Uncle how come I don't understand what you're saying?" "Don't ask. This is a secret. A secret, I didn't even tell the saint when he asked. If I told him, there would be no surprise. Li Wanyu wasn't willing to tell me Tua the truth. Naturally, he vaguely sent him away. Me Tua had no choice but to follow Li Wangyu's instructions and take him to Taichung Temple. He picked out 300 palace maids who were good at singing and dancing and were willing to marry, and handed them to Li Wanyu to take out of the palace. Seeing Li Wanyu enter Taiji Palace and come out with hundreds of beautiful women following behind him, Niu Wu and his troops, who were waiting for Li Wanyu outside the palace gate, widened their eyes. Li Wanyu kicked Niu Wu angrily. "It's fine if they look, but you have a wife. What are you looking at? Be careful, I'll talk to your grandmother when we get back." "Lang Jun, don't, hee, I'm just taking a look for my brothers, hee. Niu Wu hurriedly smiled and begged for mercy. Li Wanyu angrily glared at him. "Quickly go to the East Market and ask the villagers to bring the carriages here. Otherwise, we won't be able to return to Dingzhou village today." "Lang Jun, are you letting the young ladies sit in that four-wheeled carriage? Those are carts for transporting goods." Niu Wu mumbled. "Nonsense, if we don't take those four-wheeled carriages, are you going to carry them back? There are 300 palace maids here. Where am I going to find so many horses? Why don't you ask the farmers to prepare some benches and other things and put them in the carriage?" "That's right, someone should go back first and inform Lady Su and Li Heng to make preparations. These 300 palace maids will be staying in the residence for 2 to 3 months. Niu Wu naturally could only follow Li Wanyu's instructions. He arranged for a troop to go back to Dingzhou village to report, and then hurried to the Shunfeng Carriage Company in the East Market. While waiting for the carriage to arrive, Li Wanyu suddenly thought, should I make four-wheeled carriages for customers? Previously, he had asked Carpenter Lu to make many luxurious versions of the four-wheeled carriages and gave them to the dukes, including Empress Zhongsun, and received the appreciation and gratitude of everyone. Now in Chang and City, there were more and more people who commissioned craftsmen to make these four-wheeled carriages. However, the customers were all nobles and rich businessmen. In Chang and City, ordinary people still relied on the number 11 bus to travel and relied on walking. After all, there were only a few people who could afford to raise mules and horses in such a big city like Chang. And even if one went out of the city to buy something in the East Market and West Market, it would take half a day to walk. Li Wanyu thought that the reason why the East Market and West Market opened at noon was that the customers left early in the morning. By the time they reached the East Market and West Market, it would be noon. The public transportation system seemed to be a money-making business. Now that there were more and more carriages in the Shunfeng Carriage Company, there were not enough for the villagers of Dingzhou village. The beautiful boss had also recruited coachmen several times. The coachmen who came to apply came in an endless stream. After all, the income of the coachmen of the carriage company was very enviable. The business of the carriage company was getting bigger and bigger. The range of transportation was as far as Yinzhou. The beautiful boss was going to continue to expand the range of transportation. The farther the transportation distance, the more money they could make, but the less time the villagers of Dingzhou village could go home. Li Wanyu recently felt that he often did not see young and strong people in the village. This was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, he had been thinking about how to help the villagers find a job that could make money and did not have to travel far. Today, he had to transport 300 palace maids back to the village, which gave him an idea. This bus was also a profitable business. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu told the troops and turned back to the Taiji Palace. In the legislative hall, Pai Lupi was surprised to see Li Wanyu return. "Zio, is there anything else?" "Uncle, I just thought of something and came to report it to you." "What is it?" "Uncle, the population of Chang and City is close to 1 million. However, there are only a few people who can raise mules and horses. In Noda's Chang and City, it is inconvenient for the people to travel. It is very distressing." Pai Lupi heard this and was slightly stunned. Then he slowly nodded. "Zio, you are right. I have heard that many people are complaining about this. However, I have no choice. Chang and City is so big. I can't send a horse and a mule to each of them. Li Wanyu rubbed his hands and laughed. Uncle, I have a way to solve the problem of the people of Chang and City. Are you interested? Pai Lupi asked curiously. What is it? Tell me quickly. Public carriage. What is a public carriage? Pai Lupi did not understand. He understood the word public. The records of the grand historian explained it as, the law belongs to the emperor and the world is public, which means publicly owned, public. But how did the carriages become public? Uncle, I plan to build a batch of carriages with built-in benches for people to sit in. They will follow a fixed route in Chang and City. When the people need it, they can raise their hands and call for a stop. When they reach their destination, they can get off at any time. The fare is also very cheap. I think 2 coins per person will be enough. In this way, the problem of the people of Chang and City being difficult to travel can be solved. Pai Lupi carefully thought about Li Wanyu's words. He nodded and then shook his head. Zio, your idea is very good. With this public carriage, the problem of the people of Chang and City being difficult to travel can be solved. However, I don't think it is too little to only charge 2 coins for the public carriage. Isn't it too little? I am afraid it is not enough for the coachman's monthly salary and the horse's fodder. With only your subsidy, I am worried that the public carriage will not be able to operate for long. It is better to charge more. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wanyu roll his eyes. In the future, the public carriage was only $2. If he charged 2 coins, it would be equivalent to $8 in the future. Pai Lupi actually thought it was too little. He despised him. He could only patiently explain. Uncle, 2 coins may seem little, but sand accumulates into a tower. A 4-wheeled carriage can carry 10 people without any problem. In Notice Chang and City, investing in 200 public carriages is not much at all. In other words, these carriages only need to make 1 trip for 4 strings of copper coins. However, the passengers can get on and off at any time. Regardless of distance, it is 2 coins. In addition, the carriages will be on the road from the opening of the gate to the beating of the drum. I estimate that with 200 public carriages, the daily income will not be less than 100 strings of copper coins. It is enough to cover expenses. Pai Lupi was slightly surprised. He did not expect to earn so much. That's right. In that case, Zio, quickly build these public carriages. I am looking forward to it. Li Wanyu smiled and said, Uncle, I want to ask you for an imperial edict. What imperial edict? Exclusive rights in Chang and City. Chapter 567. Li Wanyu had asked Pai Lupi for exclusive rights because he was afraid that others would see the benefits and also build carriages to compete with him. This public carriage was the private land that he had prepared for the villagers of Dingzhou village. Naturally, he would not let others have a share of the profits. Not only the public carriages in Chang and City, but also between Hu County and Chang and City, he planned to open public carriages for the people to travel. Pai Lupi naturally saw through his thoughts. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Zio, you are really thinking about the future of your villagers. Uncle, no matter what, the villagers of Dingzhou village are business partners with Aunt. We should take care of them. Li Wanyu smiled slyly. He was not wrong. The royal family owned 50% of the shares of Shunfeng Carriage Company. Li Wanyu owned 30%, and the remaining 20% belonged to Chang and's Chou family and Dingzhou village. A small shareholder was still a shareholder. All right, this public carriage is your idea, so I will do as you wish. Only your family is allowed in Chang and City, but I also have a condition. Uncle, please say it. Since you said that 2 coins is enough, then after the public carriage is put into use, the price cannot be raised. How about it? Are you willing to agree? Li Wanyu nodded repeatedly. Of course, I can guarantee it. Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and agreed to Li Wangyo's request. Although he had never seen a public carriage before, he could imagine the many benefits it would bring to the city. It would be convenient for the people to travel, and the people in the city would come and go more frequently. The vitality of Chang and city would also naturally increase. Pai Lupi thought about Li Wangyo's suggestion of a public carriage and secretly praised him. He felt that his nephew was indeed a genius. No one in the world could compare to his quick thinking. Chang and city was not easy to live in, and it had been difficult for the people to travel for a long time. However, none of the civil and military officials in the court could think of such an inconceivable method like his 16-year-old nephew. Pai Lupi picked up a brush and wrote the words public carriage on the paper. He looked around and was very satisfied. Zio, I will give you this calligraphy. Don't let me down. Li Wanyu quickly took Pai Lupi's calligraphy with both hands. Uncle, don't worry. Within 10 days, this public carriage will appear in Chang and city. I can guarantee it. In fact, public carriages were not the ideas of Li Wangyu. Public carriages appeared in Paris as early as the 19th century. The appearance of public horse carriages also promoted the development of the city, shortening the distance between the city and the neighboring villages and increasing the frequency of travel. After bidding farewell to Lier and leaving the Taiji Palace, Nyowu returned with several dozen carriages. With the help of Wuha's palace, Wuha, 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 and Wuha, Wuha, Lai Hat's palace guards were even more attentive. They rode their horses around the carriages and chatted cheerfully with the Wuha maids. It was very lively. Li Wanyu shook his head. This group of old bachelors was really too unreserved. After the carriages returned to Dingzhou village, the beautiful superior asked Li Heng and the palace maids to settle down the 300 Wuha maids. She pulled Li Wanyu to the side. Wanyu, why did you bring so many Wuha maids back? The beautiful superior's face was slightly ugly. Li Wanyu hurriedly explained the matter. In the end, he sighed and said, it's really too difficult for me to be the master. I have to worry so much about the marriage of the palace guards. Of these 300 Wuha maids, I'll see who is willing to marry those old bachelors and let them stay. I plan to let the others rehearse a program. In 2 months, on Li Shimon's birthday, I'll send them to celebrate his birthday. After figuring out Li Wangyo's plan and knowing that she had misunderstood him, the beautiful superior stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. She thought that Li Wangyu felt that there weren't enough women in the palace and asked Pai Lupi to expand his harem. When Li Wangyu saw the change in her expression, he knew that the beautiful superior had misunderstood. He couldn't help but feign anger and said, F***CK? Chongqing, you don't think that I plan to bring these 300 Wuha maids back to enjoy myself, do you? You're too evil. Bah, I don't think that way. Don't talk nonsense. The beautiful superior's face reddened. She quickly changed the topic. Wanyu, your idea is pretty good, but these Wuha maids aren't people that you can privately keep, right? Aren't you afraid that Li Shimon will settle accounts with you? Hee, I've already thought about it. I've asked him before. If these Wuha maids are disobedient, will they be at my disposal? Ha! When the time comes, I'll say that those Wuha maids didn't listen to this count's words and were punished by me. I'll punish them by marrying them to the troops in my palace and forbidding them from returning to the palace in the future. Wahahaha, Li Shimon can't go back on his words, right? Letting me deal with them is his golden mouth and jade words. The beautiful superior speechlessly rolled her eyes. You can think of it. Humph, you see, Li Shimon will definitely settle accounts with you. Hee, who cares about him? Anyway, when the time comes, they will be married. Can he still take them back? Li Wanyu said indifferently. Then what program are you going to let these woo-ha maids rehearse? I haven't thought about it yet. Song and dance? Choir? You help me think about it again. Anyway, it's as lively as possible. I'm afraid that I can't suppress Lee Shimon and his group of country bumpkins. The beautiful superior was speechless. This guy really doesn't treat the emperor as a cadre. By the way, Chongqing, I thought of another idea today. Li Wanyu talked about the public carriage again, but the beautiful superior nodded repeatedly. This is a good idea. Chong, and city is too big. Without horses, it's really difficult to move around. I think the public carriage will work. Are you going to let the villagers of Dingzhou village drive the public carriage? Well, I think so. Now, they often have to run long-distance transportation. Once they go out, they can't go home for a few days. It's very hard. It's far better to drive the public carriage in Chang and city. It's close to Dingzhou village and can go back and forth every day. Li Wanyu said. The beautiful superior nodded. I think this is a good idea. In a while, let someone invite the old village chief and the others to discuss this matter. Since you promised Li Shimon to start operating within 10 days, then hurry up. Li Wanyu naturally had no objection. He immediately asked someone to invite the old village chief and the others. Not long after, the old village chief, Carpenter Lu, and several respected old people in the village came to his mansion. Lang Jun, you summoned old me and the others. Is there anything you need? Li Wanyu smiled and showed the calligraphy written by Pai Lupi to everyone. Village chief, elders, this is the calligraphy written by the sage. Today, I've invited all of you here because I want to change the livelihood of the villagers to operate the public horse carriages. His words made the old village chief and the others look at each other. Public horse carriages were something that no one had heard of before. From Li Wangyu's words, it seemed that he didn't intend to let the young men in the village work as drivers for the four-wheeled carriage. This caused everyone to feel a little hesitant. The villagers drove the carriages. Although it was hard, the income was quite good. They could earn 200 coins a day and 6 rounds of cash a month, which was the same as the monthly salary of the second-class leaders in the imperial court. If they were to run the public carriage business, would they still be able to make such a profit? But since this matter was proposed by Li Wanyu, the old village chief, and the others naturally had no reason to refuse. The old village chief gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. We'll do as you say. Dingzhou village won't dare to talk nonsense. Langjun, don't worry. If anyone has the slightest complaint, old me will personally beat that bastard to death. Yes, the village chief is right. Whoever has complaints will be driven out of the village. We don't want such an ungrateful person in Dingzhou village. A group of old people in the village echoed. Li Wanyu was stunned at first, then he laughed loudly. Chapter 568. Li Wangyu's laughter made the old villager and the others confused. They didn't understand what was so funny about what they said. Their beautiful boss also covered her mouth and chuckled. Old men, you don't think that operating this public carriage is not profitable, do you? The old villager and carpenter Lu looked at each other and felt that they might have misunderstood. The old villager hurriedly cupped his hands to Li Wanyu and said, Old me and the others are slow-witted. Please enlighten us. They really didn't know what Li Wanyu meant by public carriage. Li Wanyu reached out and handed over a drawing. It was a simple sketch that he had just drawn. The drawing was still a four-wheeled carriage. The difference was that the carriage was very tall, enough for a person to stand in. There were 2 benches on both sides and some wooden poles in the middle of the carriage. Carpenter Lu looked at it for a long time and didn't understand. This carriage was obviously not used to transport goods. However, it was completely different from the luxury carriages that Li Wanyu had asked him to build. Not only was it very simple, but he also didn't understand what the wooden poles in the middle were for. Lang Jun, what is this public carriage for? Old me is slow-witted. I don't understand. The old villager asked. Li Wanyu smiled and said, it's for transporting people. The seats on both sides are for passengers to sit and rest. The wooden pole in the middle is for people to stand in the carriage and hold on to it to avoid falling. Carpenter Lu finally understood after Li Wanyu's explanation, but he still asked doubtfully, Lang Jun, this public carriage is used to transport people? What is it used for? Li Wanyu smiled and explained the concept of the public carriage to the old villager and the others. They finally understood and couldn't help but applaud. Good, this idea is really good. Old me has been to Chang and cities several times. It is really too big. It takes a few hours to walk from the city to the east city. Langjuan's idea is really good. This public carriage will definitely be popular. Yes, that's right. Lang Jun is indeed a literary star that descended from the heavens. You can even think of such a method. TSK, TSK. This public carriage is really something. The old villager was a little confused. Lang Jun, isn't it too cheap to only charge 2 copper coins each time? Li Wanyu was speechless. Why was this old man the same as Pai Lupi? They all felt that 2 copper coins was too little. He could only calculate the expected income of the public carriage for the old villager and the others. Only then did these old men become happy. As long as this public carriage could make money, they believed that Li Wanyu would definitely not mistreat the farmers. In the end, Li Wanyu said, the public carriage in Chang and city. I intend to cooperate with the village in this business. What do you think of it? Lang Jun, you are flattering us. How can we refuse? Old me and the other 127 villagers, thank you for your kindness, Lang Jun. The old villager hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. He naturally knew that Li Wanyu was giving money to their village again. That's good. In that case, the cost of building the carriage and buying the horses will be paid by me. As for the income, let's split it 50-50. My mansion and the village will each take half. As for how much the villagers who drive the carriage will take, I'll leave it to you to discuss. Li Wangyu's words shocked the old villager. He hurriedly stood up and waved his hands to refuse. Lang Jun, we can't do that. We can't do that. The village can take 10%. How can we share it 50-50 with you? It doesn't make sense. Yes, Lang Jun, it's too much. We can't do that. Lang Jun, how can we just sit back and reap the benefits when you pay all the capital? We can't do that. Li Wanyu rubbed his temples. This group of old men was too stubborn. Well, the village will also pay half of the capital, and then we'll split it 50-50. That's it. If you say one more word, I won't do this business. Dingzhou village was not short of money now. Back then, the Chiu family took out a large amount of copper coins to buy 10% of the shares from the old villager. In addition to the share from the carriage company for half a year, the village's public account was full of money. When the old villager saw that Li Wanyu was so determined, they could only thank Li Wanyu again and settle this matter. Carpenter Lu patted his chest and said, Old me will immediately go back and start building the carriage. I guarantee that it won't delay Longjuan's business. Nowadays, Li Wanyu asked Carpenter Lu to build more and more things. Even the surrounding villages came to look for Carpenter Lu to build their own water carts, carriages, and other things. Carpenter Lu also had a keen eye. He simply recruited many apprentices from the village and the surrounding villages and set up the first carpentry workshop in Dingzhou village. His 3 sons all became masters in the workshop. They led a group of apprentices to build all kinds of things. The business was doing quite well. Among the villagers of Dingzhou village, there were close to 200 coachmen in the Shun phone carriage company. Within 10 days, Carpenter Lou's workshop naturally could not build so many public carriages. However, Li Wanyu was not in a hurry. He pushed all 200 public carriages to Chang and City. After 10 days, there would be about 50 public carriages on the road to meet the initial demand. After the matter of opening public carriages in Chang and City was confirmed, the villagers of Dingzhou village were naturally all smiles. Driving a public carriage in Chang and City was much better than running on the road in the rain and wind every day. Moreover, they did not have to travel far. They could drive the carriage back to Dingzhou village after getting off work every day. Why not? Li Wanyu also went to Chang and City a few times in the past few days. He found Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng. The three of them followed the map of Chang and City and planned a preliminary route for public carriage operation. Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng were completely convinced by Li Wanyu's ability to create trouble. These things happen one after another. The storm of building toilets in Chang and City had just passed a few days ago. This county earl, who created a public carriage. However, Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng, the two county magistrates of Chang and City, had to admit that Li Wanyu created good things. Not to mention the toilets. Since the 300 toilets were put into use, and with the supervision of the yamen runners and the marquis, the situation of people urinating everywhere was no longer there. There were no yellow and white things in the streets and alleys. Even the flies and mosquitoes had decreased a lot. This public carriage was even better. It only cost 2 coins to make it convenient for people to travel. Naturally, it was a good thing for the country and the people. However, the two of them did not understand why Li Wanyu had to define the route of public carriages with such strange names as First Road Public Carriage and Second Road Public Carriage. Li Wanyu was too lazy to explain. Of course, this was just his bad taste acting up. Li Wanyu was never tired of being able to bring about all kinds of shadows of later generations in the Tang dynasty. Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng did not delve into why these public carriages had to be called First Road Public Carriage. They just raised a question, which made Li Wanyu depressed. County Earl, who most of the people here are illiterate. Even if you write Second Road on the carriage, I'm afraid it won't work, right? Not to mention the carriage stop you mentioned. No one will be able to understand the words on it. Li Wanyu was speechless. Damn, I forgot about this. Nowadays, illiterates were everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 5, 69. The earliest tram in China was put into use in Tianjin in 1900. At that time, the literacy rate of the people in Tianjin was not much better than that of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, they did not use numbers to distinguish the lines, but instead used colors. Red, yellow, blue, green, white, flower, and purple. 7 tram lines ran through the main bustling roads in Tianjin. As for the term certain road that people in later generations were used to, it actually originated from England and was translated from English as route. In the face of Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng's questions, Li Wanyu could only shake his head and suggest using colors to distinguish the public carriage lines. This made Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng applaud. The people were illiterate, so colors were the most convenient way to distinguish. After the three of them discussed, they arranged 3 horizontal and 3 vertical routes in Noda's Chang and City, and a circular route between West City and East City. There were a total of 7 public carriage lines, which corresponded to the 7 colors of red, yellow, blue, green, white, black, and purple. After the discussion, Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng were responsible for arranging the bailiffs to post notices in each lane, informing the people that the public carriage was about to be put into operation and the route map of the 7 routes. This immediately became the hottest topic in Chang and City. Everyone talked about the public carriage when they met. DeLang, have you heard? County Count, who came up with something new again. I know. You're talking about the public carriage, right? This is something new. The county magistrate said that you can ride a horse carriage for 2 copper coins. Is there such a good thing? Won't County Count who suffer a loss? Who knows? Anyway, County Count who doesn't lack money. He can afford it. If this is true, I have to thank County Count who. This is good for us. Of course. My mother has always wanted to go to Schwandu Temple to burn incense. I'm an unfilial son. I can't borrow a carriage, and my mother's legs are inconvenient, so I haven't been able to go. If the public carriage is real, then it is the blessing of the Tao ancestor. I can bring me to the Xian-Du Temple. Just wait. The bailiffs said that the public carriage will be in operation in 5 days. I asked clearly. This blue plate carriage has to go from the Chixia Gate Street in front of our inner square to the Golden Light Gate Street. If we change to a red plate carriage, we can go directly to the East Market or the West Market. It is too convenient to buy things. In fact, compared to the original 100 copper coins price for an ox cart that could carry a load of 100 caddies and travel 50 kilometers in the Tang Dynasty, the 2 copper coins public carriage fare was not cheap. However, the starting price for an ox cart was 50 copper coins. Regardless of whether the distance was less than 50 li, the price was still the same. In this way, 2 copper coins for a ride in a carriage was much cheaper. The average monthly income of the people in Chang'an was consistent. 2 coins was not a low cost, but the enthusiasm and expectation of the public carriage did not diminish. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was busy letting the villagers of Dingzhou village familiarize themselves with the route, giving them pre-job training, arranging for the purchase of horses, adjusting the public carriages. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye after a series of tasks were completed. Early in the morning drum of Chang and city had just been beaten, and the gate was opened. The old soldier guarding the gate saw many people pouring out of the gate and standing on the street outside the gate, looking around. Have they come? Have they come? Have you seen them? It can't be that early, right? The gate has just opened. Let's wait a little longer. Did the announcement say today? Yes, today is the day. The old soldier was puzzled. He went forward and asked, "Everyone, what are you waiting for?" "Waiting for the public carriage." "May I ask what a public carriage is?" The old soldier did not understand and continued to ask. His words made the people around him laugh. "This soldier, have you not been in Chang and city these days?" The old soldier nodded. "A few days ago, I asked for leave to go back to my hometown to attend a funeral. I only returned to Chang and city yesterday. No wonder you don't know about this. This public carriage is a new thing made by the county count. It is the carriage that carries passengers. It travels along 7 fixed routes in Chang and city. Anyone who needs to take a carriage can wave for the carriage to stop. When they arrive at their destination, they can get off at any time. The fare is only 2 copper coins each time." The people in the square immediately explained enthusiastically. The old soldier was surprised. "There's such a good thing? Does the county count have so much gold in his manor that he has nowhere to spend it? When I go off duty later, I'll give it a try." Ha! That's what everyone is thinking. Look, aren't we all waiting for the public carriage to arrive? Everyone raised their heads in anticipation. Suddenly, someone shouted, "It's here! It's here! The green carriage is the public carriage passing by our square. I see the sign on the carriage." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. It was a 4-wheeled carriage that was slowly approaching. The carriage was taller than a normal carriage. There was a green sign on top of it. On the sign, there were 4 large words written in white, "Public Carriage." Naturally, this was Pai Lupi's handwriting. Li Wangyu had shamelessly printed the sign on the public carriage. Everyone hurriedly waved their arms. indicating that they wanted to get on the carriage. However, the carriage did not stop. As it slowly drove past the crowd, the driver helplessly said, "I'm sorry, everyone. The carriage is full. Please wait for the next one." His words naturally caused an uproar among the crowd. Then, those who reacted quickly turned around and ran in the direction of the carriage. This public carriage could only seat about 10 people. Just in front of their square, there were no less than 100 people waiting to try it. How long would they have to wait? Moreover, there were other squares in front of their square. They might as well run a few steps and stop the carriage in front of them. The people who managed to stop the public carriage with great difficulty excitedly raised 2 copper coins and asked the driver, "Is this 2 copper coins? I'm going to Shi City." The farmer of Dingzhou village smiled and nodded. "Yes, 2 copper coins. Just throw it in this box." At the entrance of every public carriage, there was a large locked box. There was a hole in the top for inserting coins. This was the money box that Li Wanyu had created. It was directly in place. No one is selling tickets. The people curiously threw in 2 Kaiyuan Tongbao coins and boarded the carriage. Even if there were no more seats and they could only stand in the middle of the carriage, they still enjoyed it. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, they excitedly chatted about the novelty of this public carriage. The public carriage became popular on the first day of operation in Chang and City. Carpenter Lu, his 3 sons, and a group of apprentices worked overtime for 10 days, but they only managed to build 50 carriages. There were a total of 7 routes in Chang and City. On average, each route could only allocate 7 to 8 carriages. Even if all the carriages were filled, they could only transport 500 to 600 people at a time. There were millions of people in Chang and City. Even if 1% of the people needed to travel, it would still be 10,000 people. These 50 carriages were just a drop in the bucket. The 50 farmers of Dingzhou village had not rested from morning till night. It was only when the evening drum sounded and the carriages stopped operating that they realized that they had not even eaten for the entire day. Everyone was so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. However, they were unusually excited. After everyone drove the carriages back to Dingzhou village, they opened the money box and counted. Everyone was shocked. In almost every carriage's money box, there was no less than 1 copper coin. The final tally of the 50 or so carriages was about 60 strings of coins. Even Li Wanyu did not expect such a profit. It was more than double what he had expected. Chapter 570. His beautiful boss solved the problem for Li Wanyu when there were not enough public carriages. She transferred more than 100 freight carriages from SF Express and sent them to Carpenter Lu's workshop to reinstall the carriages on the chassis of the freight carriages. As a result, there were more and more public carriages running on the streets of Chang and City in a few days. After the people who wanted to try the new things experienced the novelty of the public carriages, they did not rush to take the carriages. Gradually, the operation of the public carriages returned to normal. But even so, after a month, the 200 public carriages actually earned a total of more than 4,000 strings of copper coins. This frightened the old village chief and the others. According to the agreement between Li Wanyu and the village, half of the copper coins, more than 2,000 strings of copper coins, would belong to the village. In a year, the village would get more than 20,000 strings of copper coins. Even if the 127 families in Dingzhou village shared the income, each family would get more than 180 strings of copper coins, which was more than 10 strings of copper coins per month. The old villager suddenly felt that the money was too hot. If he counted the dividends from the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company, wouldn't every family in Dingzhou village be able to get about 300 strings of copper coins in a year? Were they still villagers? Even the merchants in Chang and City who opened shops could not earn more than 300 strings of copper coins a year. The old villager looked at the account book in his hand with a headache. He simply turned his head and asked to see Li Wanyu. After hearing the old villager's worries, Li Wanyu could not help but laugh. "Villager, just keep the money. You should distribute it. Why are you hiding it? I want to make Dingzhou village the richest village in the Tang dynasty and make those people jealous." "Lang Jun, this money is too much," the old villager said with a bitter face. Li Heng could not help but say, "You old man, don't be long-winded. This money is not for you alone. It's for the 127 families in the village. Did I bite your hand when I had too much money? Or what? You talk too much. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb Lang Jun. Lang Jun doesn't have time to care about such a small matter like you. I'm still busy thinking about the birthday celebration for the saint." After being scolded by Li Heng, the old villager naturally couldn't say anything more. He could only thank Li Wanyu again and leave. As for the villagers, they were all dumbstruck when they found out about the profits. Who would have thought that more than half a year ago, Dingzhou village, which was still like mud, was now not only living in brightly lit, tile-roofed houses, but also earning more than 20 strings of copper coins every month. This kind of thing was something that he didn't even dare to dream about back then. None of the villagers dared to disturb Li Wanyu. They simply ran silently to the front door of Li Wanyu's mansion and kowtowed to it. When Li Wanyu found out about this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he could only follow the villagers. Just as Li Heng said, he was busy. The 300 palace maids that he had tricked from Pai Lupi were actually taken by the group of thirsty old bachelors in his mansion in just 10 days. When Li Wanyu saw his 73 troops, each leading a shy palace maid to kneel in front of him and beg for his help, he couldn't help but feel his temples throbbing a few times. This group of old hooligans, damn, they really acted too quickly. When he thought about how he still hadn't coaxed his beautiful boss to bed and carried out some healthy physical and mental exercise, Li Wanyu felt stifled. Why were these palace maids and young ladies so unreserved? How could he let these old hooligans get what they wanted so easily? Li Wanyu didn't think about it. These palace maids that he had brought out from the palace originally wanted to leave the palace to marry people. Now that they had finally left the tightly guarded Taiji Palace, how could they be willing to go back? If it weren't for the fact that Li Wanyu only had 73 troops in his mansion and that the other servants and palace maids didn't take a fancy to them, perhaps none of the 300 people would be able to return. At that time, he really wouldn't be able to explain to Pai Lupi. He couldn't be thick-skinned and tell Pai Lupi that the 300 palace maids were disobedient and had been punished to marry people, right? It would be strange if Pai Lupi didn't explode. However, these palace maids were originally tricked out by him, intending to find a groom for these troops. Now that other people were interested in each other, he naturally couldn't do something that would spoil the mood. "All right, all of you get up. I'll approve your marriage. As for the saint, I'll explain it to him. When the 73 of you sought refuge with me, I said that I would give each of you a house. This lord naturally can't go back on his words. Coincidentally, I built more than 100 houses in Dingzhou village, so I'll give them to your family." Li Wangyu's words naturally made the troops overjoyed, and they kowtowed again and again. As for the 73 palace maids, their faces were filled with joy, and many of them were crying tears of joy. These days, they had already seen the various benefits of Dingzhou village. They were even more envious of the palace maids who could marry the old soldiers in the village. Many of the palace maids were familiar with the 3,000 palace maids that Pai Lupi had moved out of the palace, and naturally, they had been guests in their new homes. They yearned for those well-equipped houses. They had also looked forward to being able to leave the palace and live in such a house, but it was just a dream. They didn't expect that today their dreams would come true. How could they not be excited? When Li Wanyu was building Dingzhou Village, he had originally planned for 120 houses. However, later on, when he thought that he would recruit more troops, he had to prepare houses for them. Thus, he asked the Ministry of Works to expand the construction area and built more than 100 houses. He didn't expect that it would come in handy today. The two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, had already moved into the new house with their wives. They usually took turns to guard Li Wanyu's residence, and after their shift, they could go home and be intimate with their wives. These two were quite capable. Now that the two wives of the Niu family were pregnant, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were smiling from ear to ear all day long. A few days later, Dingzhou Village became lively again. This time, 73 newlyweds were getting married. This scale surpassed the first marriage between the old soldiers and Niu Yong and Niu Wu. The wedding banquet was held in the village for 3 consecutive days. The main character was naturally the pig-slaughtering feast that everyone ate 100 times. Now, it was naturally not Li Wanyu's turn to cook. Naturally, the kitchen maids in the residence would do it for him. If he, the county earl who founded the country, personally cooked, it was likely that everyone in the village would dare to eat. In fact, there were 74 newlyweds getting married. The marriage between Li Heng and Lady Zhao had also been settled. However, Lady Zhao refused to wear a green wedding dress with the palace maids and put on a gold foil flower ornament. In her words, she was a widow and it was her second marriage. If she did this, people would laugh at her. Li Heng was even more thin-skinned. He was afraid that people would laugh at him for being old and shameless, so he was unwilling to organize the wedding. Li Wanyu couldn't persuade the two of them, so he could only give up. During the collective wedding, he toasted the two newlyweds a few more cups, and it was considered a banquet. However, that night, Lady Zhao moved into Li Heng's room, which made Li Wanyu laugh secretly. As for Lady Zhao's daughter, Lady Zhao, she was already married. Moreover, she was married to a man from Dingzhou Village. Li Wanyu couldn't help but ridicule him for being a beast. Such a young girl actually got married to another man. After dealing with these trivial matters, Li Wanyu began to ponder about what kind of program he should let the remaining 227 palace maids rehearse so that they could open the eyes of these country bumpkins of the Tang dynasty during Pai Lupi's birthday. Chapter 571. Li Wanyu racked his brains for several days and finally figured out what to let the 227 palace maids perform. However, when he brought his idea to his beautiful superior to discuss it, he received a big roll of her eyes. "Wanyu, are you sure you want to perform this for Li Shimin? Can they accept it?" Li Wanyu felt strange and asked back, "Why not?" The beautiful superior speechlessly put her hand to her forehead. "Okay, since you say it's okay, then it's okay." "Hee, Chongqing, you have to do this. I'll leave the rehearsal to you. I can't teach them, right?" "I can't either." The beautiful superior glared at him angrily. "You only know how to be lazy. No, you've wronged me. Can't I prepare the ultimate weapon? Hee, when the time comes, I'll definitely shock these bumpkins." Li Wanyu certainly wouldn't admit that he was being lazy. "Humph, I'd be a fool to believe you." It wasn't strange that the beautiful superior would think this way. Li Wanyu was indeed quite lazy. Although he came up with ideas one after another, this guy was only responsible for starting the fire and didn't care about the aftermath. The many things he created and the subsequent troublesome matters were all thrown to others to handle. The Shun Foam Carriage Company and the lingerie shop were managed by his beautiful superior. The brewery was directly handed over to the palace eunuchs, and he was only responsible for the dividends. The coining workshop and weapon forging workshop were given to Yen Liben, the beverage vending machine in Chang, and was given to Cho Kuan. The winter rice planting in Hu County was given to Yangzhou, and many of the troublesome matters were given to Yangzhou. The matters of the charity hall and toilet cleaning were given to the playboys. Even the public carriage was given to the old village chief and the others, and he was too lazy to interfere. The beautiful superior was too lazy to say anything more about his laziness. She wrinkled her delicate nose and made a face at him. Then she went to find the palace maids. Li Wanyu looked at the beautiful figure of the beautiful superior as she left and laughed. He knew that the beautiful superior would definitely not be tired of this matter. Although the beautiful superior had always shown the image of a strong woman, she was actually very artistic in her bones. Otherwise, she wouldn't have learned belly dancing back then and could dance so well. Besides, if he didn't hand this matter over to his beautiful superior and went to rehearse the program for the 227 beautiful and charming palace maids, he was afraid that he would be hunted down by his beautiful superior. Besides, he was not idle. He planned to make a secret weapon during Pai Lupi's birthday to shock the country bumpkins of the Tang dynasty. This secret weapon was the fireworks. The earliest fireworks in China appeared in the Song dynasty. During the Xuanhe period of the northern Song dynasty, there were already large-scale fireworks. As for the explosive rods used in the Tang dynasty to seal saltpeter into bamboo tubes, they were still a bit far from fireworks. The word fireworks in the Tang poems did not refer to the fireworks of the later generations, but to the beautiful scenery or brothels. For example, Li Bai's poem, My Old Friend Left the Yellow Crane Tower. Fireworks went down to Yangzhou in March. The fireworks in the poem were referring to spring. Tang Shi said, there are no fireworks on the plug. Ning, Si Chie's color. It was referring to the brothels. Fireworks were actually black gunpowder mixed with different metal powders. When the different metal powders burned and produced a chemical reaction, they would show different colors. Li Wanyu previously thought that the explosive rods were not lively enough. On a whim, he had already made black gunpowder. To make fireworks, as long as different metal powders were added to the black gunpowder, it would show different colors. However, the Tang dynasty did not have as many metal elements as the later generations. Li Wanyu could use them to make fireworks, so he could only make a few simple colors. For example, if iron powder was added, it would emit yellow fireworks. If copper powder was added, it would appear green. Even so, Li Wanyu felt that as long as he could make fireworks, it would be enough to shock Pai Lupi and the officials. However, how to make fireworks made Li Wanyu scratch his head. He only knew the general principle and had never really done it in the later generations. Fortunately, it was still early, so he was not in a hurry. He could slowly experiment. He led Niu Wu and Niu Yong to a secluded place in the mansion. After fiddling with it for a few days, Li Wanyu still could not make fireworks. This made Li Wanyu very depressed. Today, the fireworks experiment failed again. Li Wanyu simply gave up and ran to Dingzhou village to relax. He chatted and laughed with the villagers and ants along the way. He greeted them and chatted about daily life. He also taught the naughty children in the village a lesson. Li Wangyu's depressed mood improved again. He walked around the village with his hands behind his back. Unexpectedly, he saw his old butler Li Heng arguing with the old village chief. Li Wanyu was curious and secretly walked over. He wanted to hear what the two old men were arguing about. No, this is not negotiable. The manor's cow herd is lent to the village for farming. How can you use it to push the mill? Don't you have a dozen cows in your village? Why do you still want to use the manor's cows? Li Heng's loud voice did not wait for Li Wanyu to come closer. The old village chief laughed and said, "The cows in the village are all old. How can they do this kind of work? The cows will not break even if they are used. You old thing, why are you so stingy?" Bah, you old fellow. The village has so many copper coins in the public account. Go to Chang and city's mule market and buy some cows. Hee, Longjuan's manor has 20 cows. They are all raised in the village. Why waste copper coins to buy cows? Even if you have some money, you don't dare to be so extravagant. The old village chief continued to persuade. Why don't we pay Langjun the rent of the cows? Humph, who cares about your copper coins? You are an old farmer. Haven't you heard of it? In the winter of October, farming cows are cold. Building palaces is cold. Now it is already October. How can we still let the cows work? This is the time to conserve energy. Li Wanyu sneaked behind the two and listened to the conversation between the two old men. He could not help but laugh out loud. His sudden voice startled Li Heng and the old village chief. When they saw that it was Li Wanyu, they hurriedly saluted. Li Wanyu smiled and waved his hand. I say, you too, do you have nothing better to do? It's just a matter of a few cows. Is there a need to be like this? The old village chief laughed and said, Langjun, please don't laugh at us. Housekeeper, Li is deliberately making things difficult for me. This old man is too petty. Didn't I win some money from him in mahjong yesterday? Is he deliberately going against me today? Li Heng was exposed by the old village chief in front of Li Wanyu. He could not help but blush. Nonsense! Am I such a stingy person? Humph! Yesterday I just had bad luck. What's there to be proud of? Not stingy. Just now, you said that old me could not use the cows to push the mill? The old village chief did not spare Li Heng and continued to expose him. Li Heng was so angry that he almost rolled up his sleeves and fought with the old man. Li Wanyu also knew that the two old men were purely teasing him. He was too lazy to care about them. Just as he was about to continue walking, he took 2 steps and suddenly turned back. Muramesa, are the rollers and mills in the village all pushed by big animals? The old village chief did not understand, so he nodded and replied, Yes, this is thanks to Longjuan's 20 cows. Otherwise, the village's 10 old cows would not be willing to let them push the rollers and mills. In the past, when it was busy, the villagers pushed by themselves. Li Wanyu could not help but laugh. So that's how it is. Li Heng, we will not lend our cows to the village to push the mill. His words suddenly stunned the old village chief, and Li Heng quickly said, Langjun, the village does not have big animals. How can we push the mill? Old Slave was just teasing the village chief. Don't take it seriously. The old village chief did not know what to say. He could only rub his hands and look at Li Wanyu. He did not understand what he meant. Now, the village was naturally not as poor as before. They could not afford to buy cows. The old village chief just did not understand why Li Wanyu suddenly said this. Li Wanyu laughed and said, Li Heng, Muramesa, I have a way to grind rice and flour without manpower. You believe me? His words naturally made Li Heng and the old village chief look at each other. They did not know how to respond. Chapter 572. Li Heng and the old villager naturally didn't believe Li Wanyu's words. Millstone! Millstone can grind rice and flour by itself? Wouldn't that be like becoming an immortal? The rollers used by farmers to grind rice were all made of heavy, large stones. They were composed of a roller and a millstone. They were specially used to remove the husks of rice and wheat. The stone mill was composed of 2 round stones. The grain would enter the middle of the 2 layers through the hole at the top and move out along the grain. When it rolled through the 2 layers, it would be ground into powder. These 2 tools were not light at all. Without 7 or 8 strong men, they couldn't be lifted. Without the use of manpower or animal power, Li Heng and the old villager couldn't imagine how to move them. If someone else had said this to them, the old villager would have spat on that person's face. Was he dreaming? Was he talking in his sleep? But these words were said by their own Lang Jun. The two didn't know how to respond, so they couldn't help but keep quiet with a bitter face. When Li Wanyu saw the two old men's wrinkled faces, he knew that they didn't believe what he said. He couldn't help but smile even more happily. What? You don't believe me? Well, why don't we make a bet? If I can't make the millstone that doesn't need manpower or animal power, I will personally cook a delicious meal and treat you two to wine. How about it? But if I can make it, hee. Li Heng and the old villager looked at each other and couldn't help but say, if you can make it, Lang Jun, what do you want? If you can make it, you old thing, obediently move out of the mansion and live in the courtyard. How about it? Do you want to bet? Li Wanyu gave the mansion to Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and a group of troops. Naturally, the mansion of the old housekeeper, Li Heng, was included. However, this old man was very stubborn. He said that he was the housekeeper of Lai Ha, so there was no reason for him to move out. He insisted on staying in the mansion. If Li Heng was not married, Li Wanyu would naturally let him be. But now, since Li Heng had become a good citizen, married Lady Zhao, and still lived in his own mansion, it didn't seem like a home at all. This old man didn't care, but he couldn't let that Madame Zhao suffer. It was precisely because Li Wanyu had thought of this that he deliberately proposed the bet with Li Heng. Seeing that it had nothing to do with him, the old villager quickly nodded in agreement. If he won, he could get a delicious meal personally cooked by Li Wanyu. If he lost, it would be even better. It would be very convenient for the village to grind rice and flour in the future. Lang Jun, it's a deal then. Hee, we'll bet with you. It's a deal. Li Heng couldn't help but push the old villager. Go away. What does it have to do with you? You old thing, what right do you have to make decisions for me? Ha, you don't know how to appreciate good intentions. Lang Jun is obviously doing it for your own good, but you're still being unreasonable. The old villager sneered and turned to Li Wanyu. Lang Jun, don't pay attention to this stubborn old man. We'll bet with you. I wonder how long it will take for you to make the mill you mentioned. Li Wanyu stretched out 3 fingers. At most 3 days. Old me, on behalf of the villagers, thank you, Lang Jun. The old villager also understood now, although it sounded difficult to understand that the mill could turn by itself. But since this was said by Li Wanyu and he said it so firmly, it must be true. The old villager looked at Li Heng again and said with a smile, Lang Jun, don't worry. In 3 days, I'll lead the villagers to help housekeeper Li move. Li Heng glared at him, so angry that he couldn't speak. Li Wanyu laughed. That's good. In that case, I'll go to Carpenter Lu's workshop and ask him to start building immediately. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Li Heng to speak again. He turned and left, leaving the old housekeeper Li Heng in a mess in the wind. When Li Wanyu said that it didn't need to store up energy and could grind rice and flour by itself, he was naturally referring to the watermill and the watermill. He had forgotten about these 2 good things before, but after being reminded by the old villager and Li Heng's words, he remembered them. Building a watermill was simply a piece of cake for the current Dingzhou village. The reason why Li Wanyu said that 3 days would be enough was that Carpenter Lu's workshop already had water wheels of various sizes. The water wheel was the key to driving the stone mill. As for the other things, it was just a simple transmission device that converted the kinetic energy from the water wheel's rotation to drive the heavy stone mill. After carefully studying Li Wanyu's drawing of the water mill, Carpenter Lu couldn't help but slap the table in praise. Lang Jun, your watermill is too amazing. Why didn't I think that since the water can drive the water wheel to a high place, it can also drive the stone mill to rotate? Li Wanyu asked, how is it? How long will it take to build the watermill? Very fast. 2 to 3 days will be enough. The water wheel and stone mill are ready-made. We only need to build the transmission device. In addition, it's easy to build a water mill next to the Gone River. I'll let my 3 sons lead people to build the water mill now. I'll ride a horse to Hu County and find a blacksmith to build the rotating iron axes. Li Wangyu nodded and told Carpenter Lu to hurry up and build the water mill in 3 days. He didn't want to waste time and give Li Heng an excuse to refuse to move. With Li Wangyu's instructions, Carpenter Lu naturally didn't dare to waste time. He let his sons and apprentices put down their work and quickly built the water mill. The villagers didn't know what Carpenter Lu and the others were busy with by the Gone River. They only knew that they had taken away the large stone mill used by the village to grind flour, causing many villagers who were waiting to grind flour to complain. Some people even ran to the old village chief to complain, but they were scolded by the old man and told that they would know in 3 days. The villagers didn't know what was going on and discussed it. It wasn't until 3 days later that the old village chief knocked on the gong and loudly called everyone to go to the water mill that everyone gathered around. Muramesa, what did you say just now? What did Lang Jun build for us? Water mill. You idiot. It's a mill that doesn't need human labor and animal labor. It can turn on its own. The old village chief laughed. Everyone doubted their own ears. Muramesa, did you say something wrong? Don't joke with us. The mill is so heavy. How can it turn on its own without human labor and animal labor? That's right. How is that possible? The large stone mill in the village required 2 oxen to move. It doesn't need oxen to pull it or people to push it. Did Lang Jun cast a spell on the stone mill? The old village chief knocked a chestnut on the head of the youth in front of him. You idiot! How can Lang Jun be wrong? I went to take a look. It's a mill that uses a water wheel to move it. Despite his explanation, the villagers still shook their heads. It's good that the water wheel can carry water, but the stone mill is so heavy. How can the water wheel move it? That's right. The small stones by the river can't be washed away by the river. It takes 7 or 8 strong men to lift the stone mill. How can a water wheel move it? The villagers didn't believe him, but they still followed the old village chief to the water mill by the Gone River. When they saw the large stone mill that Carpenter Lu had taken away spinning under the water wheel, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Chapter 573. The water mill was installed with the stone mill that Carpenter Lu had dismantled from the village. The stone mill was huge, with a diameter of about 1.5 meters. Originally, it would have required 2 bulls to pull it. But now, what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was a millstone that was constantly rotating under the push of the water wheel. Oh my God! So this water can really move the millstone. You idiot! Didn't the village chief say it just now? This is something that Lang Jun made, so how can it be wrong? Bah, you seem to be doubting it just now, right? No, you heard wrong. How can I doubt Lang Jun's words? TSK, not using mules, horses, or oxen to pull the mill is really convenient and convenient. A villager immediately discovered the benefits of the water mill. Using animals to pull the mill not only required a lot of effort to drive the animals, but people also had to follow the animals and walk around the millstone. Grinding a dough of grain was not easy at all. Every time a dough of grain was ground, the animals had to rest. After all, even oxen would get tired. If they used manpower to move the mill, they could only move a small mill. This kind of large mill could not be moved by humans. Moreover, if they used manpower to move it, the efficiency would be even slower. With this water-powered stone mill, 1 person could grind grain. Moreover, there was no need to move at all. They only needed to continuously add grain to the stone mill. It was really much easier. Just as the villagers were discussing excitedly around the water mill, someone suddenly rushed out of the water mill. someone curiously shouted, "Zhao Sanlang, why are you running?" "Go back and move the grain. Come and grind the flour." After being reminded by his words, the villagers immediately reacted. They stopped watching the watermill and all turned to run back to their houses. Not long after, there was a long line outside the watermill. Whether they needed to grind flour or not, they used wheelbarrows to transport a dough of grain, intending to try out the benefits of the watermill. The efficiency of the huge stone mill when grinding grain was astonishing. If a dough of grain was ground into flour, it could be ground once in more than 10 minutes. However, to grind it into fine flour, it usually needed to be ground at least twice. That would only take half an hour. Furthermore, this water mill didn't need to rest. It could grind continuously, so its efficiency was naturally very high. When Li Wanyu led Li Heng to inspect the water mill, the villagers of Dingzhou village crowded around and bowed to him. "Langjun, this watermill is really useful. Thank you, Langjun. Thank you, Langjun. Langjun, look, this is the mill that I just made. It's so white and fine. This watermill is really too good. It doesn't take any effort at all. It only took a moment to grind it out." Zhao Sanlang, who ran the fastest, squeezed through the crowd and grabbed a handful of freshly ground flour as he spoke to Li Wanyu. "Haha, that's good. I didn't let Carpenter Lu work hard in vain." Li Wanyu laughed and nudged Li Heng with his elbow. "How about it? If you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat, right? Today, I will move to your courtyard. Don't be so long-winded." Li Heng had no choice but to nod silently. The water mill of Dingzhou village became the busiest place in the village. For the entire day, as long as the villagers had free time, they would run to the water mill and stare at the spinning millstone without blinking. The news quickly spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. After receiving the news, Yang Quan once again rode a horse and rushed from Hu County to Dingzhou village. He went straight to the watermill. "Zio, why didn't you tell your elder brother that you made such a good thing?" Yang Quan squatted in front of the watermill without a care for his image. He carefully inspected the watermill before pulling Li Wanyu to complain. Then he stretched out his hand and asked, "Where is the blueprint for this watermill?" Li Wanyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Aren't these officials of the Tang dynasty too self-conscious? Why do I feel like I owe them something? Hee, brother Shuqing, what do you want the blueprint for? Li Wanyu pretended to be ignorant and asked back. Yang Quan was familiar with him, so naturally he wouldn't fall for his trick. Of course, it's to promote the construction of this watermill in all the villages in Hu County. Zio, don't tell me you want to ask me for money again. You are the dignified county magistrate of Hu County, yet you have the nerve to ask. Li Wanyu asked curiously, "Why should I have the nerve?" Brother Shuqing, friendship is friendship, business is business. If you want the blueprint for the watermill, give me something in exchange for it. Yang Quan pretended to be angry and said, "All right, I'll give you this 100 or so catty. How about it?" Li Wanyu looked at Yang Quan from head to toe and shook his head. "No, you're too old. It's not worth much." His words almost made Yang Quan's nose crooked from anger. He breathed heavily and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do this time?" Li Wanyu was waiting for him to say this. He laughed mischievously and said, "Not much, not much. I'm not greedy. Help me repair the road in exchange. How about it?" Yang Quan was stunned. "Repair the road? Repair what road?" "The road from Dingzhou village to Hu County. You're the dignified county magistrate of Hu County. Haven't you noticed that this road is too lousy? Every time it rains, it becomes a muddy pond. I can't even go out. That road should have been repaired long ago." Speaking of this matter, Li Wanyu had a stomach full of complaints. The road from Dingzhou village to Hu County was not an official road and lacked maintenance. Now, it was already in tatters. Moreover, the road was narrow and could only accommodate one horse carriage. If there was a horse carriage coming from the opposite side, they had to find a wide place to pass. It was fine if they traveled on horseback, but if they sat in a horse carriage, they would feel dizzy from the bumps, and it was really torturous. Now that Dingzhou village was getting richer, and there were more and more horse carriages, it was time for the road to be repaired. Li Wanyu had been thinking about this for a long time. When he met Yang Quan today, he casually brought it up. Yang Zhua, on the other hand, was shocked by his words. Zio, you're asking for too much. You actually want me to build a road that's 20 li long for a watermill blueprint? Do you know how much it will cost to repair this road? Brother Shuqing, you're the dignified county magistrate of Hu County, the Ming House. How can you be so stingy? TSK, forget it. I know that you, the Ming House magistrate, are also poor. I won't bicker with you. I'll pay for the cost of repairing the road myself. However, you have to mobilize the laborers in the county to help me repair the road. Is that okay? When Li Wanyu ridiculed him for being poor, Yang Quan was speechless. However, he could agree to Li Wanyu's conditions. After all, the laborers recruited by the county every year were used to build and maintain various facilities in the county. Of course, it was also okay to let these laborers repair the road. Moreover, since Li Wanyu said that he would pay for all the expenses, Yang Quan had no reason to refuse. He pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I can agree to this condition. Seeing that he agreed, Li Wanyu quickly added, I want to double the width of this road. The county will have to settle the land that the roadbed occupies. Yang Quan almost wanted to blow his beard again. However, when he thought about it, there weren't many farmlands on both sides of the road from Hu County to Dingzhou village. Even if the roadbed was doubled, he estimated that the compensation from the county would only be around 100 mu. After doing this calculation, Yang Quan decided to endure it. In any case, this road really did need to be repaired. Especially now that Pai Lupi came to Dingzhou village from time to time, the road was too bad. It really couldn't be justified. Seeing that Yang Quan nodded in agreement, Li Wanyu opened his mouth to speak again. This time, Yang Quan couldn't hold back anymore. His saliva almost sprayed on Li Wanyu's face. Zio, that's enough. Li Wanyu shrugged. Brother Shuqing, why are you in such a hurry? I mean, I'll treat you to a drink. Chapter 574. At Li Wanyu's residence, Yang Quan drank and chatted merrily with Li Wanyu. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he returned to the county office with the blueprints for the water mill. It was currently the slack season, so enlisting laborers wasn't too troublesome. Yang Quan didn't go back on his word. He quickly recruited 5,000 laborers from the county and had the bailiffs and scribes lead them to begin repairing the road from Dingzhou village to Hu County. Although the laborers didn't need to be paid, Li Wanyu still had to pay for their meals. Li Wanyu naturally wasn't stingy with the copper coins. 3 meals a day, he provided the laborers with good food and drinks, including meat and fish. The laborers who came to repair the road were very grateful for County Count Hu's generosity, so they put in even more effort in repairing the road. 20 li wasn't very long. The 5,000 laborers were divided into 10 groups. Under the direction of the craftsmen sent by the county office, they started working in 10 different places. Each group of 500 people was responsible for repairing the road, and the distance was only 1 kilometer. In the Tang Dynasty, the most physically exhausting part of building roads was tamping down the earth. It required countless strong men to continuously lift up heavy wooden stakes, raise them up high, and then drop them down, repeatedly smash them into the ground to tamp down the road, and then use stone rollers to roll them back and forth. Finally, firewood was placed on top of the road, and the road was burned. This way, grass and insects wouldn't grow, and the road was sturdy and durable. According to Yang Zhua and the craftsmen sent by Hu County to direct the construction of the road, this 20-li-long road would take 3 to 4 months to complete. A laborer's year of service was 20 days. Yang Quan estimated that they would need to recruit 4 or 5 laborers in shifts to satisfy Li Wanyo's needs. However, Li Wanyo didn't allow them to repair the road like this. He only had the laborers fill up the road and then use stone rollers to tamp it down. He also used 4-wheeled carriages to bring over crushed stones from the quarry and lay them on top of the road. Regarding this, the craftsman in charge of the road couldn't help but advise, "County Count Hu, this road isn't tamped down, but the speed is fast. But once it rained, the road would be washed away. Even if the road is paved with these stones, once those carriages are crushed, they will still sink into the stones. The road can't be built this way." Li Wanyo shook his head and smiled. "It's okay. I'm going to put a layer of mirage mud on the road. Isn't that enough?" "What? Spreading mirage mud on the ground? Isn't this too extravagant?" The craftsmen naturally knew what mirage mud was, but they had never thought of using such precious mirage mud on the road. In his opinion, wasn't this a prodigal son? The craftsman complained in his heart, in Chong, and it was rumored that County Count, who was a prodigal son. It seemed that the rumors were true. What was the difference between paving a road with mirage mud and paving a road with money? However, Li Wanyo was the one spending the money anyway. Since he was willing to spend it on this path, Blacksmith naturally couldn't say much. Besides, he was also very curious about what it would be like to spread the mirage mud on the road. What he didn't know was that, in fact, Li Wanyo was also complaining in his heart that the Ministry of Works and the works supervisor of the Tang dynasty were too unreliable. The method of how to fire the volcanic ash in place of cement had long been given to the Ministry of Works and the works supervisor. However, half a year had passed, and the production had not increased at all. Wasn't it just calcining lime and clay in a kiln? It was such a simple thing, but it took so long. This cement had not been popularized in the Tang dynasty, and it was still a rare thing. Li Wanyo didn't know that although lime was not a rare thing in the Tang dynasty, the production was not high. After all, lime could only be obtained by craftsmen mining limestone and calcining it. The efficiency of large-scale industrial production could not be compared with the efficiency of modern times. That was to say, County Count, who was now influential enough, and Yen Liben was mediating for him in the works supervisor. Otherwise, even if he spent money, he couldn't get so much cement to pave the road. In order to build this 20 miles long road, Li Wanyo pestered and pestered endlessly. From the Ministry of Works and the general supervisor, he obtained 20,000 stones of mirage mud. 20,000 dan, which was only 2,000 tons, cost Li Wanyo 10,000 strings of cash, which was equivalent to 5 strings of cash per ton of cement. Li Wanyo was very unhappy about this, but there was nothing he could do about it. In modern times, cement was only 400 to 500 strings of cash per ton, but these 5 strings of cash were equivalent to 20,000 strings of cash in modern times. It was really a sky-high price. As for the food expenses of the laborers, the cost of the materials for building the road, and so on, it added up to more than 10,000 strings of cash. Li Wanyo threw out more than 20,000 strings of copper coins for the short journey of 20 li under the circumstances where the laborer didn't need to pay wages. Fortunately, he didn't lack money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to build a cement road so extravagantly. The price was not cheap. In modern times, building a 4-meter-wide village road with concrete cost about 300,000 strings of cash per kilometer, and Li Wanyo spent 20,000 strings of cash to build this 10 li road, which was equivalent to 80 million in modern times. The cost of 8 million per kilometer was an astronomical price. With enough financial support and the laborers' hard work, a never-before-seen cement road appeared in the Tang Dynasty in a short 20 days. Huxian County Count, Li Wangyu was squandering again. This news quickly spread through Hu County and even into Chang and Pai Lupi's ears. Everyone had different reactions to this. Some shook their heads and sighed. Some were envious, and some were expectant. On the day that the new road was completed, not only was Dingzhou village in an uproar, but the villagers of Hu County and the surrounding villages also flocked to see this squandering road. That's right, the 20 Li Road from Hu County to Dingzhou village was now jokingly called the Squandering Road by the people of Hu County. Spending 20,000 strings of cash to build a 10 Li Road was simply too outrageous. If this wasn't squandering, then what was? But when the people crowded around this squandering road, they were all stupefied. This was a road. It looked like a road paved with grayish-white stone slabs. This was truly beyond the imagination of the Tang people. Although Li Wangyu had already handed over cement to the imperial court, it was still rarely seen among the common people, much less used to pave roads. The common people had never seen a road paved with cement, and they had never imagined that it would look like this. An elderly man smashed his crutch on the cement road a few times in disbelief. Not only was there no dent, his hand went numb from the impact. This is an immortal art. This road is clearly paved with stone slabs. Great-grandfather, this is mirage mud. Do you know what mirage mud is? It was made by the Count of Hu County. After the mirage mud dries up, it becomes this kind of mud. It's incomparably hard and impervious to fire and water. It's truly miraculous, someone explained to the old man. A busybody immediately ran over to fetch a bucket of water and poured it over the road. The crowd watched as the water did not seep into the road. Instead, it flowed to the sides of the road and into the drainage ditches. The remaining water stains on the cement road quickly evaporated under the sunlight, leaving not a single trace of water behind. There were also 4 grooves in the cement road, with wooden tracks embedded in them. These were tracks designed for carriages, and they were called tracks. Of course, things like tracks were not invented by Li Wangyu. Tracks had already appeared in the Qin dynasty. These wooden tracks would hold the wheels of the carriages. They were smooth and smooth, allowing the carriages to move very quickly. These tracks were similar to the tracks of the Tang dynasty, but they were smoother and smoother. While the people of Hu County were marveling at this squandering road, another group of people had set out from Chang and was heading straight for this road. Chapter 5, 75. The person who came was Pai Lupi. He led a group of civil and military officials to visit Li Wangyu's prodigal road. Li Wangyu had already mentioned to Pai Lupi and the others about using mirage mud to build roads. However, no one took it to heart. In the eyes of Pai Lupi and the others, such precious mirage mud should be used to build city walls and fortresses. Only then would they be impregnable. He didn't think it would be beneficial to use it to build roads. He even thought it was a waste. Today, Pai Lupi and the officials were discussing matters in the morning court when Mitua came to report that Li Wangyu's 20-li-long mirage mud road was open to traffic today. Although Pai Lupi thought it was a waste to use mirage mud to build roads, he was very curious about the road built with mirage mud. Therefore, under the urging of Cheng Yaojin and the others, he simply stopped the morning court and led the officials directly to Hu County to watch the fun. When they arrived at the cement road outside Hu County, it was already as lively as the Lantern Festival. The cement road was full of people who came to watch the fun. Although Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and the officials and nobles were also a group of people with the highest status in the Tang dynasty, when they saw the cement road, their reaction was not much better than the crowd of Hu County people. The group of civil and military officials when faced with this unprecedented cement road, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Chung Yaojin even jumped down from his horse and stomped on the road a few times with his feet. Son of a bitch, Zio is really generous. This mirage mud is actually used to pave the road? My goodness, this road is really solid. No matter how hard the road is, it's not as good as this mirage mud. Yuqi Jingda, Qin Xiong, and the other generals were also shocked by the road that was as flat as a stone slab. Some people even pulled out the sabers at their waists and slashed the road. Duan Luan, the Minister of Works, carefully inspected the cement road beneath his feet. He then turned his head and called for a carriage. He had the carriage drive up and down the road a few times. After the series of tests were completed, he turned his head to Pai Lupi and praised, "Your Majesty, County Count Huxian's Mirage Mud Road is incredible." The road was flat, and the carriage was even faster than before. This subject has tested it just now, compared to the official road. The speed of the carriage can be increased by almost 10%, and it is very stable. Not only does it save on horsepower, the carriage can also carry more goods. Amazing! Pai Lupi nodded. When Ziyu said that this mirage mud could be used to pave the road, I didn't think so, but I didn't expect that the road paved with mirage mud would be so incredible. It was really beyond my expectations. Duan Qing, the production of the mirage mud needs to be increased as soon as possible. Duan Luan smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I naturally know the benefits of the mirage mud, but the production of lime is limited. This subject has already ordered people to do their best to mine the limestone and burn it. The main reason is that the limestone mine is remote and inconvenient to transport. Li Wangyu, who had rushed over after receiving the news to welcome Pai Lupi and the others, heard Duan Luan's words and couldn't help but be surprised. In his memories, China was an important source of limestone. Almost every province and city had limestone mines. In particular, Guangzhou Road, which was located in the modern Shaanxi province, had the largest limestone reserves in the country, close to 5 billion tons. Duan Luan actually said that the limestone mine was remote and inconvenient to transport. Could it be that the limestone mines haven't been discovered yet? This was interesting. Li Wangyu rubbed his chin and felt that he could make a move. It seemed to be a good business. Not to mention the large mines far away. He didn't have enough manpower or machinery to mine them. However, Li Wangyu remembered that there was a limestone mine in Hu County. Back then, the limestone mining companies in Hu County didn't pay attention to environmental protection and crazily mined. At one time, there were close to 1,000 mining companies and thousands of lime kilns. After more than 10 years of vicious mining, the pollution caused by the production of these companies caused the surrounding people to suffer greatly. After the TV interview was broadcasted on TV, it caused a huge social reaction. Li Wangyu also remembered the existence of the limestone mine in Hu County after watching that news program. However, now wasn't the time to talk about this. It was better to find someone to explore the mine and confirm its location. After Li Wangyu remembered this matter, he greeted Pai Lupi and the others and introduced them to the cement road. Zio, I heard that you spent 20,000 strings of cash to build this road. Do you know what the people of Hu County call this road? Li Wangyu laughed and said, Hee, I know. It's the road of squandering. I think it's pretty good. Building a road and squandering is a good thing. If Yang Mingfu, Chui Ming House, and Lu Ming House are willing, I'm even willing to use my own money to build the road from Hu County to Chang and into a mirage mud road like this. What does Uncle think? His words moved Pai Lupi. The road from Hu County to Dingzhou Village was only 20 li. Moreover, only Dingzhou Village and the villages along the road would benefit from it. However, if they wanted to build the road from Hu County to Chang and It would be too valuable. As the southern gate of Cham, and Hu County was an important connection to Ijo. Moreover, due to the high price of housing in Cham, and many merchants set up their workshops in Hu County. Every day, countless carriages and caravans traveled between Hu County and Cham, and, in fact, after seeing the cement road built by Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi had already thought about how spectacular it would be if such a road could be built throughout the Tang dynasty. However, 20,000 yuan to build 20 kilometers of road was such an expensive price that it directly discouraged Pai Lupi from building the road. How many official roads were there in the Tang dynasty? If all the roads were to be built at this price, the Tang dynasty would probably become the first dynasty to go bankrupt because of road construction. Now that Li Wangyu proposed to use his own money to repair the 80 Li Road from Hu County to Cham, and Pai Lupi was naturally happy to see it happen. If 20 Li cost 20,000 strings of cash, wouldn't 80 Li cost 80,000 strings of cash? Moreover, the official road from Hu County to Cham and was incomparable to the small road from Dingzhou village. It was at least twice as wide as the Mirage mud road in front of them. Based on this calculation, it would probably cost no less than 100,000 strings of coins to build this 80-mile-long road, or even more. Li Wangyu was willing to pay for this. Whether it was Pai Lupi or the civil and military officials, no one was unwilling. Yang Quan, Chuizhua, and Lu Deheng looked at each other and immediately stood up. Your Majesty, we naturally agree. If the Count of Hu County is willing to pay for the construction of the official road from Hu County to Cham, and we will take care of all the enlistment without any objections. Pai Lupi nodded slightly and looked at Li Wangyu. Xiao, have you thought it through? Are you willing to pay for the construction of the official road from Cham and to Hu County? Li Wangyu's smile became even brighter. Uncle, I naturally can pay for the construction. However, if I spend a lot of money to build this official road, there should be some benefits, right? Pai Lupi was slightly stunned. What benefits do you want? Not much, not much. I only want 100 copper coins. Chapter 576. Li Wangyu's words stunned Pai Lupi and the officials. They thought that there was something wrong with their ears. Only 100 copper coins. What the hell? What kind of condition was this? Li Wangyu calmly explained. Uncle, if I were to pay for the construction of this official road, the people would naturally be free to use it. However, shouldn't I pay a fee for the carriages of the merchants that come and go? 100 copper coins per carriage shouldn't be too much, right? His words made the officials and Pai Lupi even more confused. Many of them immediately began to silently calculate how much profit Li Wangyu could make by proposing this. At present, there were no less than 1,000 carriages going back and forth between Cham and Hu County every day. 100 copper coins per carriage really wasn't much. When Li Wangyu ate breakfast with Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others at Chongren Square, he spent more than 100 copper coins. The officials secretly pondered. Was it a lot to pay 100 copper coins to travel on such a flat Mirage mud road? 1,000 carriages could collect 100 copper coins in a day. In a year, they could collect 30,000 strings of copper coins. Even if the road required 100,000 strings of copper coins, it would only take 3 years to recoup the investment. After that, it would be a net profit. The officials silently calculated in their hearts and suddenly realized that Li Wangyu wanted to build this road. The profits were too great. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other influential figures looked at each other and stood up to express their opposition. Your Majesty, you can't do this. How can the official road become a private road and collect fees? County Count, whose words are incorrect. Your Majesty, you can't do this. If the official road becomes a private road, what kind of scandal is this? If you want to collect 100 copper coins per journey for 80 li. Your Majesty, how is this different from highway robbery? Nowadays, there are no fees on the official road. That's right, Your Majesty. How can we let county count who exploit the people like this? The private road they were talking about was a privately built road. In the Tang Dynasty, privately built roads had already been charged for the passage of pedestrians. Pai Lupi was originally somewhat tempted, but after being persuaded by Wang Renyu and the others, he couldn't help but hesitate. Zio, 100 coins seems a little too much. Li Wanyu had a very reluctant expression on his face. Then what about 50 copper coins? Can I charge you 50 copper coins? Wang Renyu and the others naturally shook their heads. No, 50 coins is still too much. The common people have worked so hard. It's inappropriate to exploit them like this. In fact, they didn't care how much they charged. In short, they couldn't let Li Wanyu build this road to make money. Even Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others were already wondering if the counties where their families were located could use this method to build mirage mud roads and then charge a fee. This seemed to be a good deal. Although the initial investment was huge, they could reap rich returns for many years. Li Wanyu could only shrug his shoulders in response to Wang Renyu and the other patriarch's objections. If that's the case, then forget it. The money in my residence doesn't grow on trees. I can't just throw it into the water and listen to the sound. In fact, Li Wanyu didn't really want to build the official road between Hu County and Chang, and before the production of cement in the Tang Dynasty increased substantially, and the price of cement lowered, the cost of building cement roads was too high. It was simply a thankless act. The purpose of his words just now was to plant a seed in Pai Lupi's heart. He wanted to let him know that building roads wasn't just a matter of losing money, but also had great potential. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you have to build roads first. This saying was absolutely correct. Li Wanyu felt that as long as he found the location of a lime mine in Hu County, the production of lime would naturally gradually increase. As the production of cement increased, wouldn't it be logical to use cement to build roads? He didn't think there was anything wrong with charging for road building. Although free things were good, seeing the profits would make the Tang Dynasty pay attention to road building. As for charging 100 copper coins for 80 li of road, it was indeed too expensive. In Li Wanyu's view, charging 10 copper coins for every 200 li of cement highway was quite reasonable. On average, 1 copper coin per kilometer was equivalent to 8 or 9 times the highway charging standard of later generations. Once several cement highways were built in the Tang Dynasty, the economy of the Tang Dynasty would inevitably become more prosperous and the national power would become more prosperous. This was all foreseeable. However, this matter wasn't urgent. It was better to take it slowly. Pai Lupi didn't mention the road building anymore. He and the other officials were in high spirits. They carefully observed the Mirage Mud Road several times. They even pulled Chung Yao Jin and the others to gallop back and forth on the 20 li of cement road several times. The iron horseshoes collided with the cement road, constantly producing crisp sounds of hooves. It was very pleasant to the ears. After Pai Lupi had his fill, he called the officials to return to Chang, and although he didn't say anything before leaving, it was obvious that Pai Lupi had remembered this cement road in his heart. For a long time after that, the Prodigal Road, built by Li Wanyu with a huge sum of money, became the favorite place of the people of Hu County. Every day, many busybodies would go there to watch the fun. It was called the Internet Celebrity Road. Even in Chang, and many people would ride horses to see it. Some people even used stones to knock on the road to test if it was really as indestructible as the rumors said. Yang Quan was afraid that people would destroy the road, so he had no choice but to arrange for the yamen runners to maintain order on the cement road every day. After more than half a month, it wasn't until the middle of the 11th month of the second year of Xinguan that the popularity of the prodigal road slowly dissipated. There were no longer many onlookers. Li Wanyu was living a carefree life now. He had already fiddled with the fireworks and was waiting for Pai Lupi's birthday to show them. The more than 200 palace maids also had their beautiful superiors to arrange daily rehearsals for them. He didn't need to worry about them. Things went his way one after another. Back then, he had impulsively submitted a memorial to Pai Lupi to have the 100,000 people of Hu County switch to planting rice. Originally, he wasn't sure about this, but now there seemed to be signs of success. The winter rice that had been sown actually started to sprout in the winter. This made Yang Quan, the county magistrate, overjoyed. Every day, he would ride his horse to each village and personally go down to the fields to check on the rice seedlings. According to the estimates of the experienced farmers in the county, in another 40 to 50 days, the rice in Hu County would ripen and be ready for harvest. After receiving this news, Li Wanyu let out a sigh of relief. It was as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. To be honest, if these rice plants had failed, Li Wanyu really didn't know how to face the people of Hu County. It wasn't that he couldn't support the 100,000 people, but that he couldn't face the disappointed gazes of the people. However, Li Wangyu's leisurely days didn't last long. The old immortal son, Si Miao, came looking for him. Trouble had come knocking. Chapter 577. On this day, Li Wanyu had nothing to do, so he led Niu Wu and a group of troops to watch the palace maids rehearse. Lang Jun, are you planning to let these palace maids perform this on the saint's birthday? I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Niu Wu didn't even blink as he questioned Li Wangyu's decision. Li Wanyu kicked him in the butt angrily. Please wipe the saliva off the corner of your mouth before you say something more convincing. Niu Wu hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, but found nothing. Lang Jun, you're lying to me again. Where's the saliva? Humph, is that so? Then I'll have Xie Sanyang take a look and confirm whether or not you're drooling. The Xie Sanyang Li Wanyu mentioned was Niu Wu's beautiful palace maid wife. These two wives of Niu Yong and Niu Wu were born in Taiji Palace. Not only were they good at singing and dancing, but they could also write and draw. In this era, where illiterates were everywhere, they were already considered high-end elites. Their beautiful boss was getting busier and busier, so she naturally needed people to help her. Strictly speaking, Perrin and Aphrodite were still in the category of illiterates. Needless to say, Perrin was naturally illiterate. When she was with Li Wanyu, she learned a little. If it was according to the standards of the Tang dynasty, Perrin was actually literate because she could write her own name. In the Tang dynasty, it was recognized that those who could write their own name were not illiterates. As for Aphrodite, although she could speak fluent Chinese, she couldn't write. According to the standards of the Tang dynasty, she was a standard illiterate. Even if she had received excellent education in Byzantium, it was useless. Therefore, Perrin and Aphrodite were still bitterly learning to read from their beautiful boss. Niu Yong's wife, Su Qiao, Niu Wu's wife, Xie Sanyang, and the dozen or so palace maids who married into Dingzhou village were in high demand in the eyes of their beautiful boss. What was the most precious thing in the 17th century? Talents. In the eyes of her beautiful superior, this group of palace maids who could write and calculate were the talents of the Tang dynasty. Under her persuasion, all the palace maids abandoned their families and husbands one after another. They no longer stayed in the courtyard to take care of their husbands and children. Instead, they followed their beautiful superior and worked for her. These dozen or so former palace maids were all regarded as capable assistants by their beautiful superiors. Many palace maids were even appointed by their beautiful superior as stewards of the carriage business and lingerie shop. They helped their beautiful superior to manage these businesses. Every day, just like their beautiful superior, they took the carriage to and fro between Chang and Dingzhou village every day. In the Tang dynasty, there were women who went out to work, but it was not the norm. How could this group of newly married old soldiers be willing to let their beautiful wives go out every day? Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the old soldiers in the village complained about this. They even complained to Li Wanyu in private a few times. However, when they found that the monthly salary that their wives brought back was higher than theirs, these old soldiers could only shut up obediently. Moreover, this group of women now had the support of their beautiful superior. Whether it was Niu Yong, Niu Wu, or the old soldiers, they did not dare to offend their beautiful superior. As for their own wives, they had no right to speak. In this regard, Li Wanyu was heartless and laughed very happily. Wahahaha, it's time for you old men to experience the miserable situation of men in the future in advance. Now, when their beautiful superior went out, she was followed by a group of beautiful stewards and assistants. How impressive! As the 73 troops married palace maids again, Li Wanyu could foresee that the group of women around their beautiful superior would continue to grow. Now, even though the two daughters-in-law of the Niu family, Su Qiao and Xie Sanyang, were pregnant, they still followed their beautiful superior and helped her do things. When he heard Li Wangyu's words, Niu Wu immediately stopped smiling and replied seriously, "Lang Jun, your idea is really amazing. The sage will definitely like it. Get lost." Li Wanyu was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He turned his head and continued to watch the palace maids rehearse. Needless to say, in the future, he had never received such treatment. More than 200 graceful and beautiful women in thin clothes were twisting their bodies seductively in front of him. It was really a rare sight. Li Wanyu, Niu Wu, and the troops were watching happily. Then they saw their beautiful superior leading her group of female assistants over. "Is it nice?" Li Wanyu subconsciously wanted to reply that it was nice, but his strong desire to live made him change his words. "It's okay. The dance team is not neat enough. Chongqing, you have to supervise them and be strict with them. The sage's birthday is in a month. I don't dare to delay. Time is tight, and the task is urgent. I'll leave it to you. And I just came to see how the rehearsal is going. Since there are no problems, I'll leave first." After Li Wanyu finished speaking, he prepared to lead Niu Wu and the troops to retreat. However, he heard his beautiful superior instruct Su Qiao and the others, "In the future, when the palace maids are training, pay attention to the door. Don't let some people peep at the palace maids. Humph, big pig trotter." Her words almost made Li Wanyu stumble and fall. He didn't dare to say more and quickly pulled Niu Wu and the others away. "Lang Jun, why did Lady Su say that you're a big pig trotter?" Niu Wu asked Li Wanyu, touching a sore spot. "Shut up. She was talking about you." Li Wanyu was so angry that he kicked this guy twice to vent his anger. While he was playing with Niu Wu, he saw the old housekeeper Li Heng hurriedly come over. "Lang Jun, I saw that old immortal son sent someone to ask you to go to the Taoist temple. He said that he has something important to tell you." When Li Wanyu heard this, he felt that it was strange. Why was Sun Simiao looking for him? Li Wanyu had already asked the supervising craftsman to make the microscope that Sun Simiao wanted and send it to the Taoist temple. Although the magnification wasn't high, Li Wanyu estimated that it was at most 40 to 50 times magnification. It was similar to the simple microscopes used by elementary school students in the future to do scientific experiments. They could barely see the microorganisms in the water. Li Wanyu really didn't know how to make a lens with a bigger magnification. He could only ask the supervising craftsman to continue to study how to increase the magnification of the microscope. Even so, the simple microscope that was sent to the Taoist temple shocked Sun Simiao, and he treated it like a divine weapon. Especially when the old Taoist saw the magnified scenes in his hair, blood, water, and leaves under Li Wanyo's guidance. He became even more obsessed. He hugged the microscope every day and refused to let go. Recently, the old Taoist didn't find trouble with Li Wanyu. He spent every day in the Taoist temple doing his scientific research. Since Sun Simiao was looking for him, Li Wanyu naturally wouldn't delay. He immediately rode to the Taoist temple. When he entered the Taoist temple, Sun Simiao's disciples naturally led him to the old Taoist. Zio, you came at the right time. Ha, the penicillin you mentioned before, this poor Taoist has made it. Sun Simiao's words struck Li Wanyu like lightning. What? Penicillin was made? Chapter 578. Sun Simiao's words made Li Wanyo's voice tremble uncontrollably. Old immortal son, what did you say? Penicillin is the miracle drug you mentioned. I made it according to your method, but I don't know how to use it. Zio, please explain it in detail. Sun Simiao said with a smile while twirling his beard. Li Wanyu fell to the floor, his lips trembling. It's really penicillin? Old immortal son, you can't joke about this. Have you tested the efficacy of the drug? The method of making penicillin that he gave to Sun Simiao was just something he learned from the TV series. Whether it was true or not, or if the scriptwriter made it up, he didn't know. The reason why he told Sun Simiao this was that he wanted to keep the old Taoist so that he and his beautiful boss could have a medical insurance. Secondly, he also had the mentality that Sun Simiao, the king of medicine, could really make penicillin. However, Li Wanyu didn't have much hope for this. After all, it was more than 1,000 years in advance. With the current technological strength of the Tang dynasty, it was really incredible to make a miracle drug like penicillin. Therefore, when Sun Simiao said that he made penicillin, Li Wanyu lost his composure. Well, according to what Zio said before, I took out the infected filth from the patients and smeared it on the crystal. Penicillin was also smeared on it. Now that 7 days have passed, there is no penicillin in the areas smeared with penicillin. According to what Zio said before, this should be a success, right? I also looked under the microscope. The areas smeared with penicillin are indeed free of grape-like bacteria. Sun Simiao said and pointed to the microscope, indicating Li Wanyu to look at it himself. Li Wanyu didn't say anything. He rushed in front of the microscope and adjusted the eyepiece on the crystal that was used as the objective lens. He could clearly see the boundary. The areas smeared with penicillin were clean, but outside were piled up grape-like bacteria. Li Wanyu remembered that this was Staphylococcus, the most common type of pyogenic coccus. There was no doubt that Sun Simiao's penicillin was effective. Li Wanyu's fingers trembled. Penicillin was a miracle drug that could save lives. This was especially true in the Tang dynasty. Sun, old immortal son, it's really penicillin. You really made it. Old immortal, you really are the king of medicine. Li Wanyu was so excited that he even called out Sun Simiao's honorific title. Regarding this, Sun Simiao only twirled his beard and laughed heartily. Zio, you're exaggerating. I'm not some medicine king. You please tell us how to use this penicillin. Injections. Li Wanyu answered matter-of-factly. Sun Simiao was puzzled. What is an injection? Li Wanyu was dumbfounded. Injection was to use a syringe to inject medicine into the body. But in the Tang dynasty, where would they find syringes and needles? The syringe was simple, so he could make do with a bamboo tube. Li Wanyu estimated that with Carpenter Lu's skills, It wouldn't be a problem to make some bamboo syringes out of bamboo. Although they wouldn't be as transparent as glass in the future, they could still be used. The troublesome part was the needles. This thing had to be hollow and so small. Li Wanyu wasn't confident that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty could make such a delicate needle. He could only go to the construction bureau and discuss with the craftsmen to see if they could make the needles. Li Wanyu pondered for a moment and was about to explain to Sun Simiao what a syringe was and what an injection was when he saw one of Sun Simiao's disciples hurriedly walk in. "Grandmaster, there's a guest." Sun Simiao frowned unhappily. "Didn't I say that there won't be any guests? Can't you see that I'm talking business with County Count, who?" The disciple hesitated for a moment before continuing, "It's Mr. Treasure. He said that he wants to reason with Grandmaster and seek justice for his disciple." Li Wanyu was confused. What kind of trouble did Sun Simiao get himself into? Why would someone want to seek justice for his disciple? Sun Simiao frowned. "When did I bully his disciple? What justice do I want?" Mr. Treasure said that Gung Hong, who was beaten to death by the sage, Gung Fengyu, was his disciple. Sun Simiao's disciples' words stunned Li Wanyu. Gung Hong, Gung Fengyu, had been beaten to death by the Pai Lupi because he had colluded with the aristocratic families to force the Pai Lupi to abdicate. What did this have to do with Sun Simiao? Who was this Mr. Treasure? Was he also a doctor? Li Wanyu felt that this name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember. He asked Sun Simiao, "Old immortal Sun, who is this Mr. Treasure?" Sun Simiao shook his head with a bitter smile and explained, "Sai, Mr. Treasure is also a famous doctor. His surname is Zhang, and his name is Treasure. His courtesy name is Tan, and he is from Liang. Mr. Treasure is now 70 years old. He used to be an official in the imperial court, serving as an official of the Honglu Temple. Now, he has resigned and returned home. I don't know why you are looking for me today. What does Gung Hong's death have to do with me?" Li Wanyu heard this and remembered that Zhang Treasure was also a famous doctor in the early Tang dynasty. There were records of him in history, but he didn't expect Gung Hong to be his disciple. "Old immortal Sun, there must be some misunderstanding?" "Maybe so. Zio, sit for a while. I will be back soon." Sun Simiao stood up and prepared to meet Zhang Treasure with his disciple. Li Wanyu thought that Gung Hong's death seemed to have something to do with him, so he stood up as well. "Old immortal Sun, I will go with you. If there is any misunderstanding, I can help you explain." Sun Simiao didn't refuse. He nodded slightly and walked out. Li Wanyu quickly followed. Under the guidance of Sun Simiao's disciple, the two went to the Taoist temple's guest room. In the room sat an old man with white hair and beard. There were a few middle-aged men serving him. When the old man saw Sun Simiao appear, he coldly snorted. "Greetings, Taoist Sunday. I came here uninvited today to demand an explanation for my disappointing disciple." Sun Simiao wasn't annoyed by his attitude. "Mr. Treasure, there must be some misunderstanding. The death of your disciple, Gung Hong, has nothing to do with me." "How can it have nothing to do with you? It was you who misled the saint. That's why he beat my poor disciple to death in anger. As an elder, how can you deny it like this?" Li Wanyu was also confused. He couldn't help but interrupt. "Mr. Treasure, Gung Hong's death was entirely his own fault. What does it have to do with Old Immortal Sun? Even if Old Immortal Sun cured the Crown Prince's intestinal blockage, it has nothing to do with Gung Hong's death. How can Old Immortal Sun be blamed?" Zhang Baozong was very unhappy with Li Wanyu's words. "I'm talking to Taoist Sunday. Who are you to interrupt? Taoist Sun, is this how you teach your disciples?" Sun Simiao twirled his beard and smiled. "Ha, I can't teach a disciple like County Count, who? Mr. Treasure, you have misunderstood. This is the founding county count of county count, who Li Wangyu. Oh, you are Li Wangyu? That's great. I don't have to make another trip. Today, I want to talk to you. After Zhang Baozong heard Li Wangyu's identity, he didn't change his attitude. Instead, he glared at Li Wangyu and became more and more impolite. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was stunned. Wasn't this person taking him too seriously? What arrogance! Chapter 5, 79. Li Wangyu naturally did not know that Zhang Baozong, as a famous doctor, was sought after by many. Moreover, he had once been an official of the Honglu Temple, a third-rank official who had retired. Naturally, he did not think much of Li Wangyu, a fourth-rank official who had founded the country. Zhang Baozong was now 70 years old and was known as a famous doctor, a godly doctor. This caused this old man to develop a bad temper. Li Wangyu was slightly startled by Zhang Baozong's words. "Mr. Baozong, I respect you as an old man, but you cannot speak carelessly." Gung Hong clearly said that the crown prince had passed away in front of hundreds of officials and saints at the Taiji Palace. This angered the saint and caused him to be beaten to death. What does this have to do with me, an old immortal son? Zhang Baozong's temper was even worse. He slapped the table and said angrily, "Nonsense! If you and Daoist's son did not purposely hide the crown prince's illness and mislead my disciple, how would he have angered the saint?" The old man's words made Li Wangyu so angry that he laughed. This was really Zhu Beiji's way of putting the blame on others. Gung Hong's medical skills were not good, and he was stubborn. He was not willing to cooperate with him to save Li Chengqian. Now, Zhang Baozong was actually using this as an excuse to criticize him and Sun Simiao. He was truly shameless, not to mention that it was Pai Lupi who personally gave the order to seal off Li Chengqian's illness, even if he purposely did not let Gung Hong know. So what? What obligation did he have to explain Li Chengqian's condition to Gung Hong, the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau? Who did this Zhang Baozong think his disciple was? Zhang Baozong was still unwilling to let it go. He pointed at Sun Simiao and impolitely criticized, "Daoist's son, you only accidentally cured the crown prince's intestinal abscess. Why did you kill my disciple?" Sun Simiao was a monk and could not be bothered to argue with him. He only calmly cupped his hands and bowed. "Immeasurable deity, Mr. Baozong has misunderstood." Misunderstood? What did I misunderstand? My disciple is the Daoist of the Medicine Bureau. It is his duty to treat the crown prince. Even if you have cured the crown prince, you should still inform him. Daoist's son, do you dare to say that you didn't purposely conceal the method to cure the intestinal abscess and purposely seal the crown prince's illness so that my disciple, Gung Hong, would misjudge the crown prince's illness and ultimately cause my disciple's death? Li Wangyu really didn't know what to say. Was this old man crazy? Should everyone in the world follow his wishes? Why didn't he just ascend to heaven? Li Wangyu wasn't going to be polite either. He flung his robe and stood up. "Since Mr. Treasure thinks so, then there's nothing more to say. If Mr. Treasure thinks that old immortal's son and I deliberately killed Gung Hong, you can go to the censorate to complain. You don't have to come here and show off your eloquence." Zhang Baozong was very old, and his temper was even worse. When he heard Li Wangyu's words, he was so angry that he stomped his feet. "Young man, how could you not know how to respect your elders? Is this how you talk to this old man? Don't think that just because you're the founding uncle, you can be so unscrupulous." Li Wangyu ignored his clamor and turned to Sun Simiao. "Old immortal son, let's go. There's nothing to say to this kind of person." Sun Simiao nodded silently and turned to leave. "Stop. This old man hasn't finished speaking." Zhang Baozong was even more angry and raised his voice. "This old man must seek justice for my disciple. After you killed my disciple, everyone in Chang and city is saying that you, Daoist son, have better medical skills and are the best doctor in the world. And my Zhang family's medical skills are useless. This is simply outrageous. This old man wants to compete with you in medical skills, Daoist son, to prove my Zhang family's medical skills. Daoist son, do you dare to accept the challenge? When Li Wanyu heard his words, he somewhat understood in his heart. This Zhang Baozong didn't want to seek justice for his disciple, Gung Hong. He clearly felt that Gung Hong didn't cure Crown Prince Li Chengqian and was beaten to death, which made his Zhang family lose face. This was why he shamelessly ran back to Chang and city from his hometown, Liang City, to find trouble with Sun Simiao. In reality, he just wanted to make a name for himself. This Zhang Baozong was so old, but he still cared so much about fame. This made Li Wanyu a little surprised. However, Li Wanyu felt that he wanted to compete with Sun Simiao in medical skills. That was purely looking for trouble. Although Zhang Baozong was considered a famous doctor in the beginning of the Tang dynasty and had left his name in history compared to the king of medicine, he was not just a little bit inferior. How could he compare? Li Wanyu couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Baozong's words. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? Old immortal sun's medical skills are not something you, Mr. Baozong, can compare to. You're thinking well. If you lose, it's okay. If you win, you can spread the news everywhere. Make a name for your Zhang family. But what right does old immortal sun have to compete with you in medical skills? Do you think it's honorable to win? You really don't know what you're talking about. Count who? You're also responsible for the death of my disciple, Gung Hong. This old man hasn't even argued with you. How dare you humiliate this old man like this? Humiliate? Ha ha. Li Wanyu was too lazy to say anything more. Sun Simiao naturally didn't want to say anything more. To him, a medical competition was extremely boring. If he had the time, he might as well experiment with the efficacy of penicillin. Immeasurable, celestial venerable, Mr. Baozong, this is just a misunderstanding. Let's not talk about it anymore. I also feel very sorry for your disciple's death, but it really has nothing to do with me. I ask Mr. Baozong not to harp on this matter anymore. It's getting late. Mr. Baozong, you should return to Chang and city as soon as possible. Sun Simiao ordered him to leave. Zhang Baozong stood up with the help of several middle-aged disciples beside him. He laughed and said, Daoist son, this old man respects you as a senior in the medical field, but if you're going to be such a coward, this old man will be very disappointed. I didn't expect the world-renowned priest's son to not even have the guts to compete with this old man in medical skills. Haha, this is really interesting. Interesting. Sun Simiao wasn't moved by Zhang Baozong's mockery. He was almost 100 years old. What hadn't he seen? Zhang Baozong's provocation wasn't even worth mentioning. Sun Simiao's disciples and grand-disciples, on the other hand, glared at Zhang Baozong after hearing his words. But because of their status, they didn't dare to speak up. But while Sun Simiao could tolerate it, Li Wanyu couldn't. How could the medicine king, Sun Simiao, be humiliated by Zhang Baozong? Li Wanyu flashed in front of Zhang Baozong and said, Ha, Mr. Baozong, it's not impossible for you to compete in medical skills. But I don't think you have the right to compete with old immortal Sunday. How about this? I also know a little about medical skills. Since you keep saying that I have to take responsibility for Gung Hong's death, then that's great. Let me and old immortal son's disciples compete in medical skills with you, Mr. Baozong. How about it? No, Sun Simiao said anxiously. Zhang Baozong curled his lips in disdain and said, Count who, when it comes to medical skills, you don't have the right. Oh, is that so? But everyone in Chang and City says that I, Li Wanyu, am also a divine doctor. Go and ask the people, do they know you, Mr. Baozong? It seems like I'm at a disadvantage if I compete with you in medical skills, Li Wanyu said mockingly. He wasn't wrong. Zhang Baozong's reputation was mostly among the court officials and aristocratic families. The Zhang family had never treated the common people, so how could they have any reputation among the common people? Li Wanyu's words almost angered the old man to death. Zhang Baozong stared at Li Wanyu and panted heavily. Chapter 580. Li Wanyu's words infuriated Zhang Baozong. Good. Since County Count Huxian says so, then this old man will compete with you first. I'll send someone to inform the patient. In 3 days, we'll take turns treating patients at the Imperial Physician Bureau. Whoever cures the most patients in 10 days wins. How about it? The Imperial Physician Bureau's Imperial Physician Medallion and Imperial Physician Deputy can bear witness. Li Wanyu naturally didn't object. He nodded with an expression that said, as long as you're happy. Sun Simiao became anxious and tried to dissuade him. Zia, why bother? This competition is meaningless. Don't fight with Mr. Baozong. Mr. Baozong, your disciple's death was a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with me and Mr. Baozong. Let's just drop the matter of the competition. Zhang Baozong shook his head. No, since Mr. Baozong wants to compete with me, how can I drop the matter? Li Wanyu also smiled and comforted Sun Simiao. Old immortal son, I'll accept this. There's no need to worry. Sun Simiao saw that the two sides were determined to compete and could only sigh. Zhang Baozong turned to Li Wanyu and said, since it's a competition of medical skills, there needs to be a prize. If I lose, I'll immediately scram back to Liang and never treat patients again. I wonder what prize Mr. Baozong will offer if you lose. Li Wanyu looked at him indifferently. Mr. Baozong, what do you want? Why don't you just say it? Mr. Baozong, if you lose, have Lu Shunwei resign from his position as Imperial Physician of the Shangyao Bureau and recommend my disciple for the position. In addition, teach my disciple the method to treat intestinal ulcers. Li Wanyu couldn't help but smile at Zhang Baozong's words. All right, no problem. However, since you want Brother Shunwei's position, I'll compete with Mr. Baozong with him. I'm sure Mr. Baozong won't mind, right? Humph, as you wish. Zhang Baozong didn't seem to mind. Zhang Baozong naturally knew about Sun Simiao's disciple, Lu Shunwei. Although his medical skills weren't bad, Zhang Baozong believed that he could crush him in the art of medicine. Chinese medicine was extensive and profound, and it relied on the accumulation of experience. Especially in the Tang Dynasty, Chinese medicine did not have a strong theoretical system. Most of the time, doctors still relied on their own years of experience. This was also known as experimental medicine. Zhang Baozong was 70 years old this year. He had seen patients all his life, so his medical experience was naturally rich. Moreover, he was from a medical family. Through several generations of medical practice, he had summed up many effective treatment plans and secret prescriptions. This was also the reason why Zhang Baozong dared to challenge Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao was older, he might not have been practicing medicine longer than Zhang Baozong. After all, Sun Simiao was only from an ordinary farmer's family and did not have any family inheritance. He started practicing medicine at the age of 18 and started treating his neighbors in his 20s. He had been practicing medicine for more than 60 years. Zhang Baozong, on the other hand, started from the beginning. He memorized all kinds of medical books and the names of medicinal herbs. When he was 12 or 13 years old, he had already started to treat patients. Until now, he had been practicing medicine for more than 60 years. That was why Zhang Baozong was confident that his medical skills were not weaker than Sun Simiao's. In fact, he might even be stronger than Sun Simiao, because he had his family's inheritance to rely on. As for Lu Xinwei, although he was the imperial physician of the Medicine Bureau, he was only in his 40s and had only been practicing medicine for less than 10 years. As for Li Wanyu, Zhang Baozong did not place him in his heart. Even if the rumors were amazing, and even if Li Wanyu started learning medicine in his mother's womb, Zhang Baozong did not feel that Li Wanyu had any profound medical skills. Actually, Zhang Baozong wasn't wrong about this. Li Wanyu naturally didn't know any medical skills. The reason why he dared to challenge Zhang Baozong was because he was relying on surgery, alcohol, and penicillin. If it wasn't for Sun Simiao coming up with penicillin, Li Wanyu would have no choice but to keep his mouth shut and ignore Zhang Baozong. But since he had a miracle medicine like penicillin, Li Wanyu would feel sorry for his identity as a transmigrator if he did not show off. It wasn't that penicillin could cure all diseases, but with the miraculous effects of penicillin and Lu Xinwei's medical skills, Li Wanyu didn't believe that he couldn't win against Zhang Baozong. It wasn't that TCM wasn't advanced or brilliant. At least in this era, TCM was far more advanced than any other medicine in the world. It was only in modern times that Western medicine developed along with anatomy, pathology, and pharmaceutics. In the 20th century, it was closely combined with modern science and technology. With the birth of systematic medicine, it developed into modern medicine. Even so, TCM didn't disappear. On the contrary, it continued to develop after introducing modern medical concepts. From this, one could see the greatness of Chinese civilization. As the saying went, TCM treated the root and Western medicine treated the symptoms. Naturally, TCM had its own unique points, but penicillin was a modern medicine that could directly destroy the cell walls of bacteria. Its effects weren't something that Tang Dynasty medicine could compare to. After all, the Tang people didn't even know what bacteria were. It was unrealistic to expect TCM to be able to quickly kill bacteria and reduce inflammation. Li Wangyu's eyes darted around before he said, "But if that's all there is to this competition, then it's meaningless. Why don't we increase the stakes? If Brother Xinwei and I lose, I'll kowtow to Mr. Baozong in front of all the officials and give you 10,000 taels of gold as compensation. But if Mr. Baozong loses..." His conditions naturally made Zhang Baozong raise his eyebrows. Whether it was 10,000 taels of gold or Li Wanyu kowtowing in front of everyone, it was very tempting to him. Zhang Baozong subconsciously asked, "What if I lose?" "Hee. If Mr. Baozong loses, you'll kowtow to Old Immortal Sun and take him as your master. You'll serve Old Immortal Sun in this Xianwei temple. How about it? Mr. Baozong, do you dare to make a bet?" Li Wangyu's words made Zhang Baozong's teeth ache. He was already 70 years old and had countless disciples and grand-disciples behind him. Asking him to take Sun Simiao as his master? He couldn't bring himself to do that. Seeing Zhang Baozong remain silent for a long time, Li Wanyu couldn't help but chuckle. What? Does Mr. Baozong not have the confidence to win against Brother Xinwei and me? If that's the case, then let's just forget about this medical competition. County Count, who you don't need to use words to provoke me. I've lived for more than 70 years and have walked more bridges than you have roads. It's not up to a junior like you to tell me what to do. Since County Count, who insists on giving this old man tens of thousands of taels of gold, how could this old man not agree? All right, we'll do as County Count, who says, "If I lose, I'll take Dao's son as my master." Seeing that Zhang Baozong had actually agreed to his conditions, Li Wangyu's smile grew even wider. "That's good. Then let's write down the terms of the bet so that no one will regret it in the future. That's how it should be. County Count, who you should prepare the gold early." Zhang Baozong didn't back down. Under Sun Simiao's witness, both sides wrote down the terms of the bet, signed their signatures, and slapped their palms together to swear an oath. They agreed to compete in the Imperial Medical Department in Chang, and 3 days later, Chapter 581. After Zhang Baozong left, supported by several disciples, Sun Simiao couldn't help but frown as he looked at Li Wanyu. "Zio, why do you have to do this? Even I might not be able to beat Mr. Baozong with his medical skills, let alone Shun Wei. How did you and Shun Wei beat Mr. Baozong?" Li Wanyu chuckled and said, "Didn't you lend me the courage, old immortal's son?" Sun Simiao was confused. "What does this have to do with me?" "Hee, if it weren't for you, old immortal's son, how would I dare to make such a bet?" "Oh, Zio, you're so confident in this penicillin? It hasn't been used on patients yet." Sun Simiao still felt that this was inappropriate. Li Wanyu could only shrug. The Tang dynasty didn't have the conditions for pharmacological experiments, so there was nothing to say. They could just do clinical experiments. Anyway, it couldn't be too bad. Just like when Niu Yong was injured. If he didn't have the cephalosporin, wouldn't he have to watch Niu Yong die from inflammation? Besides, there was a penicillin skin test, which could effectively prevent the patient from going into anaphylactic shock. "Old immortal's son, don't worry. I know how to use this penicillin. I'll go to Chang and tell you the details when I come back." Li Wanyu didn't have time to talk to Sun Simiao. He just asked Sun Simiao to prepare the penicillin for him. He had to go to Chang and immediately find the craftsman to make the needles. Without the syringe, even the penicillin would be useless. After all, the penicillin produced by Sun Simiao was a medicine, not a pill that could be taken orally. There was no other way except for intramuscular injection. After leaving the Xianwei Temple, Li Wanyu led Niu Wu and a few troops straight to Chang. And he was now familiar with the Xianwei Temple. The officials and craftsmen in the Xianwei Temple naturally knew that County Count, who was here to make something new. Sure enough, when Li Wanyu found the craftsmen and told them his request, all of them were depressed. Who was confident that they could make such a delicate thing? An old craftsman pondered for a moment and asked, "County Count, who, can this item be made of gold?" "Gold? Making needles?" Li Wanyu felt a headache coming on. However, as long as he could make a suitable needle, he didn't care too much. If it was gold, then so be it. "But can it be made of gold?" "Yes, I was thinking that gold is on the soft side. I will first beat the gold into gold foil, then wrap it around the copper wire and beat it into the needle-like shape you need, County Count, who. Finally, I will take out the copper wire and form the hollow needle you need." Li Wanyu pondered for a moment. It was feasible, but he asked doubtfully, "Won't a needle made of pure gold be very soft? Can it pierce into the human body?" "I'll add silver to it later to strengthen it." "That's good. Then start forging immediately. You must forge it for me within 3 days. This lord will reward you handsomely." With Li Wanyu's words, the craftsmen nodded and patted their chests, promising that they would make it within 3 days. Now, the craftsmen who were about to become supervisors were all willing to work for Li Wanyu. The biggest reason was that he gave them a lot of rewards. These craftsmen were all registered craftsmen and only had a meager salary every month. As for those craftsmen who helped Li Wanyu was never stingy with his money. He gave the craftsmen who helped Li Wanyu polish the microscope lens 100 strings of copper coins as a reward. With such a material incentive, these craftsmen were naturally willing to work hard for Li Wanyu. With the craftsman's guarantee, Li Wanyu was relieved. He ran to the Shangyao Bureau and found Lu Shenwei, informing him of today's matter. When Lu Shenwei heard Zhang Baozong speak to his master in such a manner, he was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded Zhang Baozong for being disrespectful. Zio, I will do my best in the competition with that old thief. I won't let my master be humiliated, Lu Shunwei said, and then looked at Li Wanyu with some worry. However, Zio, you are still a bit rash. You shouldn't have made such a bet with that old thief. If you lose, it doesn't matter if I become the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau or not. However, you will lose 10,000 taels of gold and even have to kowtow to that old thief. How can you accept that? Hee, brother Shunwei, that's why you have to win. Li Wanyu smiled. Lu Shunwei couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Zio, although I am confident in my medical skills, that old thief has been practicing medicine his entire life. His medical skills aren't inferior to my master's. I'm afraid. Li Wangyu's smile became even more brilliant. Brother Shunwei, do you remember why Old Immortal's son went to Dingzhou village to build a microscope? Lu Shunwei didn't understand what he meant, but he still nodded. Naturally, it's to study your microscope. Zio, the microscope you made for your master is really good. Hee, when will you make one for me? Li Wanyu was speechless. This guy was still thinking about the microscope. He rolled his eyes. Other than the microscope, then it's penicillin. In order to create the penicillin you mentioned, my master spent a lot of effort. Now, Lu Shunwei suddenly understood. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Zio, you mean my master has developed penicillin? Haha, that's right. Li Wanyu pretended to pull out the folding fan at his waist. With a swoosh, he opened it and made it look like a feather fan. Otherwise, how would I go and bet with that Bao Zong on medical skills? It's not like you don't know my skills. How would I know any medical skills? Hee, however, with this penicillin and Brother Shunwei's medical skills, that Bao Zong will definitely suffer a great loss. Lu Shunwei nodded excitedly. If that penicillin really has the effect you mentioned, then that old thief, Zhang Baozong, will definitely suffer. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Wanyu in confusion. Zio, why do you want that old thief to become the master's disciple if he loses? Wouldn't that be letting that old thief off easy? Hee, I have my own reasons for this. Anyway, it's not a bad thing. Moreover, although this Zhang Baozong is a little narrow-minded, his medical skills are quite good. If he becomes the master of Old Immortal's son, it won't be a disgrace to him. The reason why Li Wanyu proposed the condition of becoming Sun Simiao's disciple to Zhang Baozong was naturally not to humiliate him. Instead, it was because he had his eyes on Zhang Baozang's disciples. Every time Li Wanyu saw Niuyang's single arm and the old soldiers in Dingzhou village who were crippled, he felt his heart ache. Since ancient times, the so-called military doctors in Huaxia were unreliable existences. More than half of the old soldiers' disabilities were caused by quacks. However, Li Wanyu knew that Pai Lupi would continue to send soldiers to the outside world in the future. He could not stop this, nor could he stop it. Therefore, he wanted to do something for the soldiers who were fighting for the Tang dynasty. Surgery, alcohol, and penicillin were all good medical skills